This may be the most important video on this channel. It is definitely one of the most important videos. It is long, it is epic, it is chock full of astounding information. However, it builds as it goes. So make sure you watch it all and get through the beginning, but don't skip the beginning. It gets a little slow at the beginning, it's a little redundant, but it's for a purpose. God's signs are redundant for a purpose. It's God establishing a foundation, and it builds on itself, and it just gets more and more amazing as it goes. So make sure you watch all of this video. It is predicted that on July 23rd, 2024, former President Jimmy Carter will die. I do realize that no skeptic will believe that predicting the date of Jimmy Carter's death will be anything more than luck or coincidence, given his age of 99 years old and him currently being in a hospice. That is why it is also being predicted that on July 19th, 4 days before the predicted death of Jimmy Carter, whose name is also James Earl Carter, will be the death of James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King and the voice of Darth Vader. Jimmy Carter was born in 1924 and will die in 2024 because the 2424th word, 2424th word, in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word Jesus. 4 days is the equivalent of 24 times 240 minutes. Also, 4 days is 2 plus 2 days, and Jimmy Carter has 22 grandchildren. Jimmy Carter, JC, hints at Jesus Christ. James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King, who also played King Jaffe Jaffer in the movie Coming to America, is king symbolism. JC, Jesus Christ, is the King of Kings. No rational person will be able to conclude that when James Earl Jones will die on July 19th and Jimmy Carter will die on July 23rd, as predicted, that it will be a coincidence or random luck. The date that this video is posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. Hello, welcome. I am predicting that former President Jimmy Carter will die on July 23rd and that his prophetic funeral, in which Trump will sit next to Obama, will be on July 28th. I am predicting that James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King and the voice of Darth Vader, will die on July 19th. I am predicting that Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis into Busch Stadium on July 27th. She will be replaced by Michelle Obama. I am predicting that singer-songwriter Paul Simon will die on July 24th. I am predicting that dirty bombs will explode in Manhattan, New York City, and there will be a large-scale evacuation on July 25th. I am predicting that Israel will bomb Iran on July 26th. I am predicting that on July 27th, 2024, the key will open the bottomless pit and fallen angels will cross over into the earthly realm. July 27th will be a symbolic beginning to the fifth trumpet judgment that is described in Revelation chapter 9, when the demonic realm collides with the earthly realm. July 27th will be a symbolic beginning to demons pretending to be aliens, and it is probable that on July 27th, Pope Francis will announce that aliens have arrived and have made him the ambassador for the world. This will immediately give Pope Francis, the Antichrist, supreme power over governments of the world. At some point, there will be a massive Mary apparition that will deceive the masses, because all Mary apparitions in history have been demons pretending to be Mary. July 27th will be a symbolic beginning to a zombie pandemic and the masses becoming demonically possessed, that will be facilitated through the thing, which is the mark of the Antichrist and 5G frequencies. July 27th will be a symbolic beginning to the coming genocide politicide in America. I am predicting that on August 2nd, Joe Biden will step down and make Michelle Obama the 47th president. It is predicted that Michelle Obama will make Barack Obama her vice president on August 18th, 2024, and then it is predicted that she will step down and make Barack Obama the 48th president on August 25th. It is predicted that on August 6th, the historic barge that has been stuck on the rocks of the Niagara River for over 100 years will finally break free and crash over Niagara Falls. I am predicting that on August 10th, Israel will nuke and completely destroy Damascus, Syria. I am predicting that on August 29th, President Trump will die from a heart attack. August 13th will be the date of a catastrophic solar flare from the sun that will knock out the power grid in America that will lead to food shortages. August 15th will be the date of the resurrection rapture, the first of two raptures. The second rapture will be on September 5th. The date that this video is posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. There are a number of very important videos that were produced prior to May 17th because God was pointing to this date ahead of time regarding the death of James Earl Jones. Now, this video will explain the signs that occurred on May 17th and how it was clearly, how the analysis was clearly 100% correct, and that the signs related to James Earl Jones and this date, May 17th, ended up being a step in the trail of signs leading to the predicted death of James Earl Jones on July 19th. What I am saying, the reason why I'm saying this is that you need, I think a wise person will know that every minute of every video should be watched once the prediction comes to pass. There are very important stories and knowledge that are being communicated through God's big picture of signs that are in the other videos that are predicting that James Earl Jones will die on May 17th. What I am saying is that they must be watched. Don't skip the videos that predict that James Earl Jones will die on May 17th. The signs that occurred on May 17th were correct. It proves the analysis was correct, and therefore all of the other videos are correct and true also. At some points in this video, it will be mentioned how the trail of signs is leading to July 5th, the date it was predicted that James Earl Jones would die. In advance of July 5th, we expected either the death of James Earl Jones or relevant prophetic signs, and we received the relevant prophetic signs that were expected. The UK is symbolized by a lion, and on this day was the Prime Minister, the new one, newly elected, meeting for the first time, King Charles. James Earl Jones is the voice of the Lion King. We had the Lion Nation's new president or prime minister meeting with King Charles. This was the first Labour prime minister in 14 years, and that was part of how it was known to add 14 days to July 5th to reach July 19th. But much more regarding all of this, what happened on July 5th, and what also confirms the 14 days, etc., is explained in the other James Earl Jones videos. Hello, welcome. In this extremely important and amazing video, I will be explaining the truly profound beyond words prophetic signs that occurred on May 17th. If you have watched any of the other James Earl Jones videos, you have probably learned that God was pointing to May 17th, 2024, ahead of time, in regards to James Earl Jones. It was extremely important. It was known to be ahead of time, to be extremely important. God was pointing to this date with profound connections that were very, very clear and overwhelming. And the signs that we received on this date did not disappoint. It was exactly what was expected. Extremely important, profound prophetic signs. There's so much to explain what it all means, and that will be the subject of this video. Make sure you watch this video. All right, the date here in this email demonstrates that, well, actually, It demonstrates that this video is being made, or the information in this video was typed out, composed on May 17th, the day of the prophetic signs. It was immediately recognized many of what was going on in terms of the prophetic signs that were expected. But that said, this is also being recorded prior to July 5th, the date it is predicted that James Earl Jones will die. All right. And the post date of the video proves that, as does the email at the beginning of the video. So prior to May 17th, we were expecting a sign related to James Earl Jones. We received multiple signs that confirmed the analysis. As May 17th was 40 days after the eclipse, it was also believed that the Dow Jones Stock Market Index would close above 40,000 for the first time in history. This is what happened, all right? This was predicted ahead of time because it was 40 days after the eclipse. As explained in other videos, the eclipse that passed over 7 cities named Nineveh and Jonah in the Bible preached 40 days of repentance to the Ninevites and destruction. And so that's why it was expected 40 days after the eclipse that the Dow Jones Stock Index would close above 40,000 for the first time, and that's exactly what happened. And the Dow Jones hinted at James Earl Jones. Okay. James Earl Jones is king symbolism. This makes him return of the King of Kings symbolism. For example, the return of Comet Leo in the solar system, into the solar system after 40 plus 40,000 years, almost exactly, by the way, it was just a couple of years over 80,000, made the closest ever cometary conjunction with the planet Venus on December 17th, 2021, exactly 6 plus 6 plus 6 years, which is the equivalent of 6 times 6 times 6 months after the release of The Return of the King. July 17th, 2021 was also exactly 29 months, which hints at 9/11, because if you were to symbolize the number 9/11 with only 2 numbers, the result would be 29 or 92, as 2 hints at 1 plus 1. Okay, and so the Return of the King was also exactly 29 months before May 17th, 2024, this date we were looking at. The name Jesus in Greek gematria equals 888. Trump equals 88 in gematria, and Donald J. Trump equals 888 in gematria. President Trump is also king symbolism. Trump is symbolic of King Cyrus and King Jehu in the Bible. Trump is also symbolic of Joshua, a king. May 17th, 2024, or so on May 17th, Trump, which hints at 88 because it equals that in gematria, celebrated his son Barron Trump's graduation at his ceremony. Barron Trump is the youngest Trump of many Trump children. Barron Trump is the symbolic last Trump, a phrase the Apostle Paul used in reference to the rapture of God's faithful at the return of the King of Kings. A graduation ceremony is symbolic of God's faithful graduating to the next level, the kingdom of God. The rapture graduation of God's faithful to the next level, after overcoming, just like one overcomes during school, the assignments and studying, the graduation and rapture will be on the 9th of Av, 88 days after Trump, which is symbolized by the number 88, was with Barron Trump and this last Trump prophetic sign. All right, and Barron Trump, by the way, is also interesting too, him being the last Trump sign in this graduation ceremony, because Melania and Donald Trump didn't intend to have Barron Trump and contemplated an abortion, but as a result of not having an abortion and loving their son, this is what turned Donald Trump, into a staunch advocate for pro-life, for the rights of the unborn babies. Okay, so, and that's significant too. There's more to that. The date of Barron Trump's birth, I forget all of the details. I can't remember everything, and that's explained in another video somewhere. So when the prediction comes to pass, watch every minute of every video. is the suggestion I have. The rapture, so the Israelites blew their trumpets, one long last trumpet blast sound before the walls of security of Jericho collapsed in God's judgment. That's another last trump. Trump 88 trumpeted in other words, Channel 9 News on 9/11 after the 110, which hints at Joshua in the Bible when the walls of security collapsed because he led the Israelites and he died at the age of 110, and he led the Israelites into the promised land on the date 110, which hints at 110. And Jesus entered the Jerusalem on his triumphal entry on the date 110, and his second coming is symbolized by 2 times 110, which is why on 9/11 it was 2 times 110 stories that collapsed in God's judgment. Okay, so Trump called into Channel 9 News. The number 9 is the most important number in God's prophetic signs. It's from the Bible. It symbolizes God's judgment. And God frequently pairs the numbers 9 and 110 to confirm his signs, patterns, and connections, as this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And one simple way in which we think about it, if we think about it, is a way in which he would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 9 and 110. And I know this because I've been studying his big picture of signs from morning until night for more than full-time hours for more than 6 years. And the reason why he pairs 9 and 110 together is one reason why I'm explaining right now. It's because Trump is symbolism for Joshua, who died at the 110. And the 110 stories collapsed on 9/11 when Trump called into Channel 9 News and then trumpeted how his tower at 40 Wall Street in Lower Manhattan had become the tallest tower in Lower Manhattan. All right. And anyway, the 40 Wall Street is also a hint here because we have this last Trump sign 40 days after the eclipse. Well, anyway, what I wrote here is Trump, who is symbolized by 88, called into or trumpeted into Channel 9 News, and his mention of that his tower at 40 Wall Street had become the tallest tower in Lower Manhattan is why the Dow reached 40,000 on Wall Street, because his tower is on Wall Street, 40 Wall Street, on the day of the last Trump sign. 88 days before the 9th of Av. Okay, and the 9th of Av is the date of the rapture and the date of the coming destruction, I should say, and the collapse of America's walls of security when the solar flare that is catastrophic will knock out America's power grid, leading to food shortages, which will be used to enforce the mark of the Antichrist, the rationing of food to only those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist. So anyway, the 9th of Av is this historic, important prophetic date in the Hebrew calendar. All of the calamities of the Jews, all of them, and there are many of them, symbolically began on the 9th of Av. And I could go through the list, but I've done this in one of the amazing videos, one of the first 5 videos in the video series I made in 2017, the first videos I made ever, titled Most Astounding Information Ever. And I highly recommend watching those, and I plan to repost them at some point. Okay, so anyway, we have here from the last Trump sign, and Trump is symbolized by the number 88, we have an 88 days connection to the last Trump. Literally, the phrase that the Apostle Paul used to refer to the rapture being the last Trump. And so we have the last Trump sign connecting with 88 days to the literal last Trump. Okay, so what I mean is that the last Trump is just a phrase, it's a metaphor for the rapture. So we have the last Trump sign, which was the graduation ceremony of Baron Trump, that it was attended by Trump, God's trumpet that he uses to trumpet and highlight his prophetic signs, 88 days before the metaphorical last Trump at the rapture on the 9th of Av, and Trump trumpeted into Channel 9 News, and Trump is equal to 88. Okay, so this day of this last Trump sign was the 138th day of the calendar year, and Trump in single English gematria is equal to 138. The Dow closed at 40,003.59. This hints at 359. G359 in Strong's Greek Concordance is the Greek word that means to depart from this life. In other words, this word hints at the rapture. That's amazing because, again, I just explained how it connects to the rapture. here is another sign that occurred on May 17th. Trump was inaugurated on his inauguration day at the age of 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old, which was 73, which hints at 3 sets of 7, and the Israelites enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7, and then blew trumpets before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment. Okay, so Trump, on his inauguration day, trumpeted the symbolic beginning of his presidency at the age of 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days. That hints at the 3 sets of 7, and the blowing of trumpets at the symbolic moment before the walls of security collapsed. Okay, and then his inauguration was 3 sets of 7 symbolism, in other words, 73 days, after he was elected and won the election by 77 electoral votes. This is 3 sets of 7 symbolism. The Israelites took the promised land after they enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7, and they blew trumpets before the walls of security collapsed due to an earthquake. 7 years and 77 days after Trump's inauguration, at the age of 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old, there was a prophetic earthquake in White House Station in the 3rd state. Okay, so the walls of security collapsed after 3 sets of 7, and the walls of Jericho collapsed due to an earthquake, and archaeology proves this. By the way, I should pause right here and just say something really amazing. I just said how, Trump was inaugurated 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days after Trump was inaugurated. This is amazing. Bear with me. Trump was inaugurated at the age of 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old, 73 days, which hints at 3 sets of 7, after he won the election by 77 votes. That day of the election was in turn exactly 73 weeks, which hints at 3 sets of 7, after the symbolic beginning of Trump's presidency in his campaign, when he famously descended the golden escalator in the Trump Tower. And that day was exactly 188 months, and God uses the number 188 frequently in his signs because in the Strong's Concordance in the Hebrew, the 188th word means woe! Exclamation mark. So Trump's symbolic beginning of his presidency when he descended the golden escalator was exactly 188 months after the 7.0 earthquake in Joshua Tree, California, the strongest earthquake in I don't know how many years. And on and on. And so that, that in turn connects with profound connections to other things too. But it was a 7.0 earthquake. And again, the Israelites marched around the walls of security led by Joshua for 7 days. Before on the 7th day, they marched around 7 times and blew 7 trumpets. And on that note, the 3 sets of 7 that the Israelites enacted was more precisely a 7 and then a 7 times 7, which is why, from the inauguration, when Trump was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old, it is 7 years and 77 days after Trump's inauguration, at the age of 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days, that the prophetic earthquake occurred in White House, because his inauguration is at the White House, him taking the White House. That this was the day of the prophetic earthquake in White House Station in the 3rd state. On this same day, the acting President Biden left the White House and spoke in front of the collapsed bridge in Baltimore in the 7th state that was built in 1977, which is in itself a 3 sets of 7, and more precisely a 7 and a 7 times 7. Okay, but the fact that he was at the collapsed bridge in the 7th state that was built in 77 on the day of the White House Station earthquake in the 3rd state is a confirmation that this is a 3 sets of 7. The 3rd state hinting at the 7th state that Biden was in. You get it. 3 sets of 7. Okay, this date that was 7 years and 77 days after the inauguration of the 45th president was on the date 4-5, which hints at 45. Obama wore jersey number 23. Just as the Israelites shouted before the walls of security collapsed, Biden shouted, literally, in front of the collapsed bridge in his outdoor speech that 2 times 3 people had died. All right, he emphasized this too. He repeated it a couple of times. The number of deaths. The media focused on the number of deaths. Not only that there were deaths, but they kept repeating the number of deaths. And this is why. Because it's 2 times 3, and the Antichrist, who will replace Biden, wore jersey number 23. And the collapsed bridge is, of course, also symbolic of America's walls of security collapsing, leading to the Antichrist. Okay, but the thing is that the day that these 2 times 3 deaths occurred at the Baltimore Bridge in Baltimore was exactly 2 times 3 months after the death of Brooks Robinson, who played his entire 23-year Hall of Fame career in Baltimore. He was known as Mr. Orioles. No athlete represented a particular team more than Brooks Robinson. Okay, he was synonymous with Baltimore. When Brooks Robinson retired in 77, the year that the bridge was built, the Gold Glove third baseman, he was known for being this amazing third baseman, as in third baseman, was 7th in career hits. Okay? So Biden is talking about the 2 times 3 deaths in the 7th state on the day of the White House Station earthquake in the 3rd state. And Biden is in front of the bridge that was built in 77. And in 77, Brooks Robinson retired, but he died 2 times 3 days, exactly 2 times 3 months before the 2 times 3 deaths at the bridge in Baltimore. Brooks Robinson retired in 77, but he was known for being the amazing third baseman. And when he retired, he was 7th in career hits. In other words, the third baseman and 7th in career hits was a parallel with the earthquake in the 3rd state on the day that Biden spoke in front of the bridge in the 7th state. The bridge that had collapsed, and earthquakes are associated with that because of Jericho when the walls of security collapsed due to an earthquake. Michelle Robinson will replace Joe Biden. Michelle Robinson Obama. Her maiden name is Robinson, which is the prophetic hint at, which is what is being hinted at with the name Brooks Robinson. Michelle Robinson will replace Joe Biden when he is predicted to step down. And by the way, this has changed now because this was written before June 7th, and it was known prior to June 7th that it would only be a step in the trail of signs that is leading to the predicted date that he will step down, which is now known to be August 2nd. And on June 7th, we received the signs that confirmed the analysis 100%. It was not at all incorrect. And just to mention it, but it needs to be explained, this was the day that Pat Sajak retired and stepped down from the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, now, so anyway, let's see. Michelle Robinson will then give Barack Obama, who wore jersey number 23, she will a 3rd term in the White House as the 48th president, which is why the earthquake in White House Station, the 3rd state, was 4.8 in magnitude. Okay, the earthquake in White House Station in the 3rd state was 4.8 in magnitude because Barack Obama will serve a 3rd presidential term as the 48th president when he replaces Michelle Obama. And this is why Brooks Robinson played his entire 23-year career in Baltimore. Okay. It is exactly 3 times 3 weeks in between the earthquake in the 3rd state on the date 4/5 and the date that it is predicted that Biden will step down from the White House. Now, that gets us to June 7th, and as I just explained, it ended up being a step in the trail of science. Okay, let's see. Okay, the date 4/5, okay, this was the day that Biden was at the bridge and the earthquake in White House Station on 4/5, as I just explained, connected with 7 years and 77 days to the inauguration of the 45th president at 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. The date 4/5 hints at the 45th president whose referendum was shoplifted from him. This is why on 4/5, P. Diddy defiantly posted on Twitter his apocalyptic music video titled Victory. The video starred Dennis Hopper, who also starred in Apocalypse Now, a movie that cost $45 million to make, $9 million of which was spent on promotion, and 45 is the 9th triangular number. In a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 9th row is 45. Okay, and so, all right, and so August 15th, 2024 will be the 45th anniversary of the release of Apocalypse Now, and the apocalypse will begin now, and something will happen on August 15th in this regard. Yeah. This will be 2 days after the rapture and the predicted solar flare from the sun. That will knock out the power grid. And I don't think solar flares take 2 days to arrive at Earth to knock out the power grid, but I could be wrong. That could be why the apocalypse begins on August 15th. I do know that God is pointing to August 13th, the 9th of Av, speaking of the 9 million in promotion for the $45 million movie Apocalypse Now. The 9th of Av, which will be 2 days before the 45th anniversary of the movie that cost $45 million, nine of which was spent on promotion. God is pointing to the date August 13th as the date of the solar flare and the rapture of the first fruits, because there will be 2 raptures. The other one will be on September 5th, which incidentally hints at 9 times 5 equals 45. Which, by the way, will be 7 days after it is predicted that President Trump will die from a heart attack, which will be another last Trump sign, speaking of last Trump signs. All right, well, so anyway, I think you get the idea. The 9th of Av is connected into all of this. And P. Diddy amazingly posted his apocalyptic video, and it really is an apocalyptic video if you know the video I'm talking about. And it's there's other reasons why it's prophetic, which is explained in the Apocalypse Now video on this channel. I've titled a video named Apocalypse Now, which you need to watch. But this is a follow-up to it, because on this day, on 4/5, he defiantly posted a post with his video Victory. Okay, and it stars Dennis Hopper, his video. It's an epic 8-minute long video, and it stars Dennis Hopper, and he starred in Apocalypse Now, a movie that cost $45 million. So in other words, all of this association with Apocalypse Now and the number 45 was known before the date 4/5, and how it was tied to P. Diddy. Actually, it was through the P. Diddy signs that occurred in March that it was learned that how God was connecting Apocalypse Now with the 45th anniversary. And then on the date 4/5, P. Diddy posts his video, because the earlier signs in March had nothing to do with his video Victory. But looking into P. Diddy, it was discovered that his movie Victory is a prophetic sign that pointed to Apocalypse Now and the 45 million and the 45th anniversary. And then lo and behold, on the date 4/5, P. Diddy posts the video. How amazing is that? It was quite something when that was learned. Okay? Well, after many years without producing a movie, the director-producer of Apocalypse Now, Francis Ford Coppola, released a movie that was 40 years in the making. This coincided with the Dow reaching 40,000 for the first time, 40 days after the eclipse. The new sci-fi movie, Megalopolis, is about a parallel between modern America and the fall of ancient Rome. This is amazing. I forgot about this because, today is June 25th, and, daily there are streaming at us prophetic signs that need to be recorded and documented, and it's just nonstop, and I can't even get to it all. So I actually forgot about this, that this was one of the signs that occurred on May 17th. Completely forgot about it. So anyway, that's of course a confirmation of the significance of the movie Apocalypse Now, which hints at the apocalypse, which is the term used for the Book of Revelation. I think the reason why is because of the language translation, but Catholics know the Book of Revelation as the Apocalypse, or maybe Catholics in other languages know that as the Book of the Apocalypse. Well, anyway, I don't know. Anyway, so the point is though is that this movie is on the same vein, and Apocalypse Now was directed by Francis Ford Coppola. And you know what? I'm sure if we were to study this, we could figure out. Well, wait a second. The biggest sign of all on May 17th is, as I will get at, was Pope Francis on this day declaring that he and only he has the sole authority to declare supernatural phenomena. And this is all connected to the Francis Scott Key Bridge. So no wonder this movie, Francis Ford Coppola directed Apocalypse movie, and Megalopolis is part of these signs on this day, because it's pointing to Pope Francis ultimately here. And the bridge collapse, and the key, because the Vatican is symbolized by keys, the key that Pope Francis will use to open the bottomless pit in Revelation chapter 9 that will enable demons to cross over the bridge into the earthly realm. I'm jumping ahead a bit, but it is amazing how all of this comes together here. And so Ford, well, the second of the two antichrists is Barack Obama, who will become the unelected president, just like the only other one in history, Gerald Ford. And he will come to be the president again through a predicted plane crash of Kamala Harris. And Harrison Ford is known for his aviation mishaps, which is why God uses Harrison Ford. And speaking of which, Harrison Ford was in this movie, Apocalypse Now. But he plays like a minor role. You would even forget that he was even in this movie. But this is one of his earliest films. Maybe it is even his earliest film. I don't know. But Harrison Ford is in this movie that was directed by Francis Ford Coppola, and that's just all part of this. It all ties together because of what I just explained. Now, if you had the eyes to see, could interpret Coppola as hinting at Kamala. It certainly does, actually, because it follows the name Ford, and Ford is hinting at her aviation crash and her replacement with the unelected president, just like Gerald Ford. So Coppola is definitely a hint at Kamala. So all three of Francis Ford Coppola's names are prophetic in this sign here. Wow. So I had completely forgot about this sign. And I'm so glad I'm reading this email now. Okay, and again, it was 40 years in the making, and this was the day that the Dow closed above 40 for the first time, 40 days after the eclipse. And so this is just more confirmation that this movie, Megalopolis by Francis Ford Coppola, is prophetic. Wow. Okay, so let's move on. On May 17th, another video involving P. Diddy was in the news. A video of him assaulting a former girlfriend and famous music artist became public. With this video, it is assured that P. Diddy's music empire has collapsed. Right? All of the collapse symbolism we are talking about, like the bridge. This was exactly 2 times 3 weeks after he posted his apocalyptic video, Victory, on the day that Biden shouted about 2 times 3 deaths in front of the collapsed bridge on the date 4/5. And again, 4/5 is about Apocalypse Now that cost $45 million, and the apocalypse will begin on the 45th anniversary of the movie release of Apocalypse Now. Well, okay, so that, did you get that? Biden shouted about 2 times 3 deaths in front of the collapsed bridge. And again, the Israelites shouted in front of the walls before they collapsed in Jericho. And Biden shouting about 2 times 3 deaths was exactly 2 times 3 weeks after the apocalyptic video. Well, no, it was on the same day as the apocalyptic video was released, but it was 2 times 3 weeks after the other P. Diddy video, which assured that his music empire has collapsed. This was like, if there was any doubt, because there were people doubting whether or not P. Diddy was guilty, but then the video came out and then it was like, well, guess he is. So that collapsed his music empire. It was 2 times 3 weeks after Biden shouted about 2 times 3 deaths after the collapse of the bridge. So it all connects. And again, as I just explained, P. Diddy connects to Apocalypse Now and all of that. So also on May 17th was the last Trump sign that regards the victory of God's faithful that I explained at the beginning of the video with the graduation ceremony of Barron Trump. And the last Trump sign was 2 times 3 weeks after the signs on 4/5 that hinted at the shoplifted victory of the 45th president. 4/5 was 7 years and 77 days after Trump's inauguration as the 45th president at the age of 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old, 73 days after his victory with 77 electoral votes. On May 17th, 2024, another video, I just read that, okay. The Israelites' taking of the promised land is symbolic of the rapture. The Israelites enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7, and they blew trumpets for one long last trump before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment. On May 17th, Trump attended the graduation ceremony of the youngest and last Trump. Trump is known for having a famous hotel and casino in Atlantic City in the 3rd state. On May 17th, 2024, an investigative news segment for a news outlet in the 3rd state reported that a woman was cheated by a casino in Atlantic City in the 3rd state out of the 7-figure jackpot she won at a slot machine when the number 777 came up. Okay, that's a 3 sets of 7, 3rd state, 7 figures. It was mentioned as being 7 figures in the news story. Also, on May 17th, 2024, it was reported that on January 17th, 2021, the Supreme Court Justice, who is from the 3rd state, Samuel Alito, had his American flag flown upside down. Well, it wasn't an American flag. It was a patriotic flag flown upside down in protest after the referendum that Trump was shoplifted out of. These shoplifted victory signs involving the 3rd state on May 17th are exactly 3 weeks before it is predicted that Biden will step down. Okay, so again, as I mentioned, June 7th, God was pointing to it. Pat Sajak stepped down instead of Biden, and it is a step leading to August 2nd, the day that Biden will step down and Michelle Robinson will become the president. And these victory signs involving the 3rd state on May 17th, 2024 were exactly 3 plus 3 weeks after the earthquake in White House Station in the 3rd state, which was 7 years and 77 days after Trump was inaugurated at 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old, 73 days after he won the election by 77 electoral votes. On May 17th, 2024, the Dow closed above 40,000 for the first time, and this was exactly 40 months, after the day that the Supreme Court Justice from the 3rd state flew his flag upside down. This hints at the constitutional crisis that is coming for the Supreme Court when Michelle Robinson is predicted to appoint Barack Obama as her vice president. There's more to this, actually. The day will come when Biden will stack the court with more justices diluting the conservative votes so that all of his legislation can be pushed through. That is coming very soon as well. This is a major judgment warning for the Supreme Court is what this is, okay? Because the earthquake occurred in the third state. Samuel Alito is from the third state, and this all ties to that earthquake in the third state, as I've been explaining here. It was 3 + 3 weeks, okay? And, it was in the White House station in the third state, and Alito, who was from the third state, flew his flag upside down in protest of the shoplifted referendum for the White House, right? You get all of that? This was also the day of the 777 sign in the casino in the third state, same day, right? It's amazing. The 7-figure jackpot. Trump is associated with the Atlantic City casinos. Of course, that's, a big part of his past, his famous casino in Atlantic City, which, by the way, the day of its demolition was prophetic as well. It was a prophetic sign. That was in February of 2021. Actually, you know what? It's been so long that I wrote this that I forgot that I talk about it in this next paragraph. I talk about the Atlantic City Casino. The number 13 symbolizes America. It was founded on 13 colonies, all right? It's also the 13th tribe of Israel. And what I mean by that is that Joseph was replaced by Ephraim and Manasseh. Manasseh was the younger of the two siblings who God demonstrated was to receive the inheritance despite being the youngest. This is a symbolic hint at how after the Lord departed Israel, went to his Gentile nation, America, which is the younger sibling of the Anglo civilization, the Anglosphere nations and America being the Gentile nations, the blessed nations of God that God used to spread the gospel of Jesus Christ around the world in the 19th and 20th centuries. Okay, so anyway, the point is, what I'm saying is that it is a fact that in God's signs, the number 13 symbolizes America and also symbolizes the Antichrist, who is the two Antichrists are described in Revelation chapter 13. Okay, and the report on May 17th, 2024, about the Atlantic City Casino that cheated the woman on the day of the last Trump sign was also exactly 13 + 13 + 13 months after Trump's famous Atlantic City Casino and hotel tower collapsed in 7 seconds on the day that the leader of the conservative movement, Rush Limbaugh, died at the age of 70, and the day that it was reported that for the first time in many years, that 70% of the nation was covered in snow due to a catastrophic and deadly storm in Texas. Trump's casino collapsed in 7 seconds, and Limbaugh died at 70 on February 17th, 2021. And this was exactly 17 months after Trump was in Texas for a rally and chided the senators from Texas for wanting federal money to build a 70-mile-long seawall of security because of the prophetic Hurricane Harvey right after the solar eclipse that devastated Houston, which hints at the 45th president becoming the Antichrist. Oh, because, okay, I jumped ahead. Okay, the date 217 is the date of the flood judgment, that the flood judgment began, which is why Trump's tower collapsed on that day, and it connects with the storm, 70%. It was on the day that the nation was covered 70% of it in snow because of the storm in Texas, and it connected to the day that Trump was in Texas, all right? And 13 + 13 + 13 months is also 13 times 3, and 133 is the 44th prime number, which hints at the 44th president becoming the Antichrist in Revelation chapter 13. 13 times 3 months is 39 months, which hints at 3 nines, and the number 9 symbolizes God's judgment. And God frequently repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. May 17th, 2024, 13 times 3 months after the deadly storm in Texas that caused power outages and caused 70% of the nation to be covered in snow, there was a rare and destructive storm that caused flooding and power outages in Houston, Texas. Okay. May 17th, 2024 was the news of the protest flag of the Supreme Court Justice who is from the third state, and the news of the shoplifting, the woman cheated by the casino in the third state. On May 17th, 2024, the world's number one golfer at the PGA Championship tournament was in the news, and he was likewise born in the third state. These signs involving the third state on May 17th, 2024, including the golfer from the third state, were 33 days after the world's number one golfer won the Masters golf tournament. That was a prophetic sign. Here is what was written regarding the prophetic signs involving the golfer in the Masters tournament. All right, so this was written before, and that Masters tournament concluded, I believe, on April 12th. Here's what I wrote anyway, just to give you a little background before we get into more about this prophetic sign involving this number one golfer on May 17th. So the golf world is comparing this year's winner of the Masters with the younger Tiger Woods, the GOAT, greatest of all time of golf. In the final fourth round of the tournament, Scottie Scheffler, the number one golfer, the golfer that won the Masters and is being compared with the younger Tiger Woods, okay, in the fourth round, which is the last round of the tournament, Scottie Scheffler posted 4 under par, which hinted at the 44th president, GOAT, Antichrist. Scheffler won his second Masters green jacket in 3 years, which hints at 2 and 3 and 23, the number of the basketball president who wore 23 in high school. Okay, the basketball president wore number 23 in high school. Also, the second Masters jacket in 3 years hints at 2 divided by 3, which equals 0.666. And this is because in taking the mark of the Antichrist is tantamount to denying Jesus, and the mark of the Antichrist is described in context of the passage that describes the number that symbolizes the Antichrist, which is 666. Okay, so Jesus told Peter that the rooster would not crow twice before he would deny him 3 times. And that's why the Antichrist's number is 23, etc. Which is also why the mark of the Antichrist changes a person's chromosomes, and a person has 23 of them. Okay? All right. Now, at the 88th Masters, Scottie Scheffler became the only player, along with Tiger Woods, to have won multiple majors while being ranked number 1. Scheffler has been ranked number 1 in the PGA for a total of 83 weeks. 83 is the 23rd prime number. Scheffler has been ranked number 1 in the PGA for 48 consecutive weeks, which hints at the future 48th president, GOAT Antichrist. The name Scheffler is equal to 82 in simple English gematria. Woods won a record 82 PGA tournaments, making him the GOAT. Scheffler, in Hebrew, gematria is equal to 223. 223 is the 48th prime number, and Scheffler has been number 1 for 48 weeks consecutively at the time of the 88th Masters. With his 82nd PGA tournament win, Tiger Woods tied with Sam Snead for most PGA Tour wins. Sam Snead has the same initials as Scottie Scheffler. Scott Scheffler won the 88th Masters, while Woods scored his worst ever Masters round with 82. 82 hints at 8 times 2 equals 16 equals 4 times 4, hints at the 44th president, GOAT Antichrist. The Antichrist will persecute the American church, which in God's signs is symbolized by Dallas. Scheffler lives in Dallas. After his victory, Scheffler shouted to the media and his pregnant wife through the television in Dallas, the words, "I'm coming home," which hinted at God's faithful who are homeward bound and who will be rescued from the period of the Antichrist. The name Jesus, okay, now don't get me wrong, Dallas isn't associated with the God's faithful who will be rescued. It's the opposite. God is using Dallas to symbolize the American church for judgment for the church, for the majority of quote-unquote Christians who will be left behind because of the Nicolaitan doctrine that is taught in the seminaries in Dallas, which churn out the nation's pastors, and Jesus forbid pastors. That's another story. It's explained in the 23 church signs video and in other videos, so I won't elaborate anymore. I just wanted to clarify there. But anyway, Scheffler is shouting Dallas, okay, into the camera. In other words, he's saying, I'm coming home, all right? And which hinted at God's faithful who are homeward bound and who will be rescued from the period of the Antichrist. The name Jesus in Greek gematria equals 888. And the winner of the 88th Masters scored 4 under in the 4th round, and 4 plus 4 equals 8. All right. Okay, so that's what I wrote back in April. Also, on the day of this final 4th round of the Masters, when Scheffler scored 4 under par, which hints at the 44th president, GOAT Antichrist, Tiger Woods, the GOAT of golf, shook hands with the GOAT, greatest of all time, of golf broadcasting on the 4 times 4th hole in the 4th round when Scheffler scored 4 under, and congratulated him on retiring after 40 years of broadcasting the Masters in the 4th state, Georgia. The Scott Scheffler sign on May 17th points back to Tiger Woods. Okay? Well, actually, the Scott Scheffler sign in the Masters pointed to Tiger Woods, and therefore this Scott Scheffler sign on May 17th, which points back to the Masters, points to Tiger Woods. Okay? Well, anyway, the Scott Scheffler sign that I'm about to explain on May 17th, 2024, it points to Tiger Woods, and Tiger is like a lion. James Earl Jones is the voice of the Lion King. Again, May 17th was the date it was predicted that James Earl Jones would die, but it ended up being a step on the trail of signs. Scheffler points to Tiger Woods, making this Scheffler sign on May 17th the James Earl Jones sign we were expecting. In addition to the Dow Jones sign, of course, as well, that was explained earlier. Okay? There's more to this, though, much more, as to why this is all relevant to James Earl Jones. Now, as he was arriving at the golf club on May 17th, 2024, Scott Scheffler was arrested in the early morning on 4 charges. Okay? This connects back to the 4 under par in the 4th round when the GOAT of golf shook the hands of the GOAT of golf broadcasting on the 4 times 4th hole, etc. Well, anyway, okay, so on May 17th, though, Scott Scheffler was arrested in the early morning on 4 charges. Part of this news story is that despite his arrest, he returned to the club on time for his tee-off and scored an impressive round to move him up 4 plus 4 positions in a tie for 4th place. A 2-way tie for 4th place hints at 44. The news reports mention how, and a second term or a second presidency for the 44th president. The news reports mention how the incident of his driving 10 yards with a police officer attached to his vehicle caused the ruin of the officer's pants, valued at $40 plus $40. The incident happened shortly after 6 a.m., and that day, Scheffler scored 66 in his round. Okay, this hints at the 44th president Antichrist, symbolized by the number 666. He arrived back at Valhalla Golf Club at around 9:10 p.m., which hints at 9/11, and Isaiah chapter 9, verses 10 through 11. From the report of an ESPN reporter, it appears that Scheffler thought the police officers were security employees, and he tried to cheat his way through the backed up traffic that was trying to get into the golf club. This incident happened on the day of two cheating signs: the Supreme Court justices' protest flag and the cheating casino story. All right. So Scheffler tried to cheat his way through the backed up traffic. By the way, the traffic was backed up. Oh, I'm about to explain it. I won't get ahead of myself. All right. The incident occurred in the context of backed up traffic after a security guard was killed by a shuttle bus, which hints at security being removed in itself, a walls of security collapsing in God's judgment sign. The incident occurred in Louisville. This hinted at the death of Kamala Harris, the predicted death of Kamala Harris, which is predicted to be in St. Louis. Valhalla, the name of the golf course, hints at the afterlife. And the incident occurred when traffic was backed up trying to get into Valhalla Golf Club, which hinted at trying to get into the kingdom of God in the afterlife, and how it is not possible to cheat one's way or take a shortcut into the kingdom. The news story is about the beginning of the day of the second round of the PGA Championship tournament. The story is about how the world's #1 golfer was arrested in the early morning and was still able to make his tee-off time and play well in the second round of the tournament. This story about Scheffler and his vehicle in Louisville before the second round is 2 days before it is predicted. Okay, so May 19th was the date it was predicted that Kamala Harris would die in a plane crash, and that date ended up being an amazing step in the trail of signs as well. That was the day of the helicopter crash of the leader of the Islamic nation, and May 19th was known ahead of time because it was the birth date of the leader of the Nation of Islam, Malcolm X. And helicopter blades in God's signs are symbolic of an X. On this same day, May 19th, Joe Biden spoke at a commencement speech to a historic all-black male college, and Malcolm X was known for speaking behind podiums like Biden did in front of all-black male audiences. All right. So the analysis for May 19th was 100% correct. It ended up being a step in the trail of signs leading to her predicted death, which is now predicted to be on July 22nd, okay, in St. Louis, which is what is hinted at with Louisville. All right, okay. And again, this was correct. The sign in Louisville and the second round 2 days before May 19th and Kamala Harris's predicted death in St. Louis was correct. All right. The name of the man who was killed by the bus is John Mills, which is equal to 112 in simple English gematria. Kamala Harris is likewise equal to 112 in simple English gematria. John Mills died while people were trying to get into the second round of Valhalla, which is symbolic of the afterlife, and the name Valhalla hints at Kamala, who will die 2 days later. But again, it was a step in the trail of signs. Kamala Harris is from San Francisco, for which the area code is 415, and May 17th, 2024 was exactly 415 months after the 1989 World Series earthquake, when vehicles met disaster at the Bay Bridge when it collapsed. The earthquake occurred at the beginning of the baseball championship broadcast, and this incident on May 17th, 2024 occurred at the PGA Championship at the beginning of it, when Scott Scheffler was trying to make his way to the tee-off. At the beginning of the 1989 World Series earthquake broadcast, James Earl Jones read the poem about baseball being a homecoming. 415 months later, after this earthquake in the area code 415, was the last Trump rapture sign involving the 45th president, and the sign involving Scheffler, who 4 weeks and 5 days earlier shouted to his pregnant wife through the media after his Masters victory that he was coming home. And again, the earthquake is what caused the collapse of the walls of security after the Israelites blew trumpets. And 415 months exactly after this earthquake in the area code 415 was the trumpet sign. It was a last trump, and the walls of security collapsed in Jericho after a long last trumpet blast by the Israelites. Okay, and again, we're talking about the a number one golfer who was charged with 4 crimes and then scored 5 under 4 weeks and 5 days after he shouted, and again, the Israelites shouted before the walls of security collapsed to his pregnant wife that he is coming home, which symbolizes when the Israelites took the promised land and shouted before the walls collapsed in their victory, which is why it was his Master's victory, and the Master since that Jesus Christ, Lord. See how it all ties together? It's just amazing, right? The PGA Championship is being played in Louisville, Kentucky. The state of Kentucky is symbolic of the Civil War. President Lincoln, a leader in the Civil War, was born right near Louisville, Kentucky. Lincoln said that it would be nice if God were on the side of the North, but that he must have Kentucky on his side. The golf course is named Valhalla. In Norse mythology, Valhalla is where those who die in battle go. The incident occurred as people were trying to get into Valhalla. There was a death and a hospitalized police officer as people were trying to get into Valhalla. This makes this sign point to the Civil War in America that will soon be led by the 44th President Antichrist that will soon become deadly. Okay, that's the connection to the Civil War. And by the way, Lincoln was the 16th president, and Barack Obama, and 16 is 4 times 4, which is at the 44th president. But also, this rush to get into Valhalla golf course is also it also points to when Jesus said, many will be trying to push their way into the kingdom, but the road is narrow and the way is hard. But many people will be trying to force their way into the kingdom, which is exactly what is being symbolized with this sign and people trying to push their way into the PGA Championship, including the cheater that was trying to cheat his way in to the, I wouldn't call him a cheater in general. I mean that he, in a moment of perhaps panic, thinking he might not make his tee-off time, tried to cheat his way into the tee-off time. I'm not condemning this guy for doing that at all. I mean, if one were in his position, who knows, right? What one would do also, especially if you thought they were just security guards. It wasn't the right thing to do in retrospect. But anyway, when a police officer is disobeyed, he takes it very seriously and he attaches himself to the car, which, you know, Scheffler didn't expect, obviously. So, and that might not even be the truth of the story. This is just what's being reported. Scheffler may have a different version of the story, and you know, innocent until proven guilty, right? But he is from Dallas, and God is using Dallas in his signs as severe judgment warning for the American church, specifically the evangelical church, for which the capital is Dallas. All right? In other words, you put the dots together and you get the forcing their way into the kingdom, but Jesus doesn't know them, because as Jesus said to the church of Laodicea, the church that represents or symbolizes the American evangelical church, he is knocking on the door trying to get in. In other words, he isn't in this church. And the reasons why he isn't in this church are explained in other videos. I don't have the breath to do it all over again in this video. This video is long enough as it is. But make sure you watch the Jimmy Carter videos and also watch the 23 church signs video. It's very serious. Obviously, if you are quote-unquote Christians, you will know that what I am saying is the most important advice that you could have right now. The videos you need to watch, all right? All right. And on that note, please recall that the Church of Laodicea, Jesus said, thinks that it is in need of nothing. If you are an evangelical, you likely think you don't need to take my advice and watch those other videos because you think you are in need of nothing. But as Jesus said, the Church of Laodicea, in other words, the American Evangelical Church, is blind, pitiable, and naked. And he wants to vomit them out of his mouth. And he is coming to make war on them with the sword of his mouth for their Nicolaitan doctrine and works, those that teach it and those that have that follow the Nicolaitans. And the word Nicolaitan comes from Greek for ruling over the laity, a method of assembling inherited from the pagan Catholic Church in which a leader stands in front of the people in rows of seats and speaks for 1 hour while no one else is allowed to talk. And if they do, they will be quickly escorted out and probably asked to never return. Yet Paul said, if someone is speaking in an assembly and another one has an inspired word, let the one who is speaking be silent and let the other one speak. When do you ever see that happen? I could go on and on. Jesus, I'll leave you with this one last thing though. Jesus strictly forbid not only the preaching for money, which the pastors twist the writings of Paul to claim that they have the right to do, but Jesus also strictly forbid teachers and pastors. He is the only teacher. And in Matthew 24, the first warning he gave to the disciples is that many people will come claiming to be an anointed one, claiming to be a Christ, because Christ means Messiah. It's translated from Messiah, which it means anointed one. There are other Messiahs, other anointed ones in the Old Testament, for example, such as King Cyrus, that don't refer to Lord Jesus Christ. So Christ simply means an anointed one. Jesus said there would be many anointed ones coming in his name that will lead many people astray. Obviously, he was not talking about people that would come and claim to be Lord Jesus Christ. There haven't been many of those, and any that have come have been ridiculed and dismissed as someone being in poor mental health. They have not, in other words, led many people astray. However, there have been many leaders, many anointed ones, bishops, priests, reverends, and pastors that have led many people astray. All right? And the reason, well, anyway, let's just leave it at that because I've explained it too many other times. So, getting back to what I was saying here, I had to go into it because it is important in the context of the May 17th signs here, because God is definitely using the fact that Scheffler is from Dallas. More regarding that will be explained in a second here. You will see. Scheffler has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in. At the time of this sign, he had won 4 out of 5 tournaments he had played in. This incident was 4 weeks and 5 days after Scheffler won the 88th Masters. This is 88 days before the Master returns for his people in the rapture. Okay, the second of the Scheffler signs. Okay, so from the 88th Masters, it is 4 weeks and 5 days to the day of the Scheffler sign, which at the time he had won 4 out of 5 tournaments, and that is in turn 88 days to the day of the Master returning for his people. Scheffler, who has won 4 out of 5 of his last tournaments he has played in, is from the 3rd state, and this incident on the day of the signs involving the 3rd state and the day of the last Trump sign involving the 45th president was 3 plus 3 weeks after the date 4-5, which is hinted at with the 4 out of 5 tournaments. And that was, of course, again, the day of the earthquake in the 3rd state. The incident involving Scheffler pointed to Tiger Woods and the voice of the Lion King. Scheffler has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has been in, and this incident is likely 45 days before the predicted death of the voice of the Lion King on July 1st. The Lion King cost $45 million to make, just like Apocalypse Now. Now, this was right at the beginning of when it was beginning to be learned that James Earl Jones would die in early July, but shortly after this, in fact, probably maybe even on this same day after I wrote this, it was realized that July 1st would be the date that Jimmy Carter would die, James Earl Carter, and it would be 4 days before James Earl Jones is predicted to die on July 5th. Okay. And other videos explain why that's relevant, how the two men connect, other than simply the names being similar. Apocalypse Now cost $45 million to make. The incident involving the player who has won 4 out of 5 of his last tournaments he has been in was on the same day that the video of P. Diddy came out, which pointed to his victory music video that he posted on the date 4/5, which was 4 weeks and 5 days earlier. So, okay, that's just amazing. Do I even mention that here? I think I left that out. Okay, so he posted the video of victory on the date 4/5, 4 weeks and 5 days before his other video in which he was caught beating the woman, right? And his victory video pointed to Apocalypse Now, which cost $45 million to make, okay? Which pointed to the 45th anniversary of the release of Apocalypse Now on August 15th, which will be 45 days after the predicted death of the voice of the Lion King. Okay, so in fact, that will be 45 days after the predicted death of Jimmy Carter, who is also King symbolism, by the way. All right, because he was inaugurated in 77, and he is the first of the 7 kings, which ends up with Trump, the 45th president, as being the 7th king in this particular parallel with the prophecy in the book of Revelation. And anyway, there's another 45 for you because of the 45th president. Anyway, okay, so the predicted death of Jimmy Carter will be 45 days. Okay, the Apocalypse Now, the 45th anniversary of the Apocalypse Now will be 45 days after the incident involving the golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in. Okay. This incident involving the number 1 golfer occurred at the time of the occurred at the time that the number 1 golfer has won 4 out of 5 of his last tournaments he has played in. The number 1 golfer winning 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in hints at 415, 415. This incident at the PGA Championship involving the number 1 golfer who has won 4 out of 5 of the last tournaments, which hints at 415, occurred exactly 415 months after the 1989 World Series earthquake in the city with the area code 415, when James Earl Jones read the poem about baseball being a homecoming. This incident involving the number 1 golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in is 45 days before it is predicted that James Earl Jones will die. In other words, Jimmy Carter will die. This incident involving the golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in occurred on the day that he was charged with 4 crimes and then scored 5 under par in the day's round. Okay? This incident involving the number 1 golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in and who lives in Dallas was on the same day as, so let me just finish that off there, because not only that, okay, so the incident involving the golfer who has won 4 out of 5 tournaments parallels his being charged with 4 crimes and then scoring 5 under. But he is the number 1 golfer, okay, and the number 1 golfer was charged with 4 crimes. So the number 1 golfer, as I explained a minute ago, won 4 out of 5 tournaments, which hinted at 415. But so does the fact that the number 1 golfer was charged with 4 crimes and then scored 5 under. That also hints at 415. And this was exactly 415 months after the area code earthquake 415. All right. Now, the incident involving the number one golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in and who lives in Dallas was on the same day as a rare storm in Houston. Dallas is connected to Houston with the I-45. The I-45 hints at the number one golfer. This isn't the first or only instance in which God has used the interstate numbers, making the I symbolic of the number one. Okay, so again, it's the number one golfer who won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments and was charged with 4 crimes before scoring 5 under. All right, but the golfer is from Dallas, and Dallas is connected to Houston, which is connected with the I-45. And this was the same day as the prophetic storm in Houston. Okay, and so the I-45 hits at the number one golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in, and the I-45 confirms the 415 months connection to this incident involving the number one golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in. Now, the prophetic storm in Houston, by the way, was first reported that there were 4 deaths. Later adjusted to 5 deaths. At least it was initially reported as at least 4 deaths, and then it was reported that there were 5 deaths. It was a rare derecho storm, which is a type of storm that God has used in his prophetic signs before. Derecho comes from boxing, Spanish for a particular type of punch in boxing, a straight ahead punch, because derecho storms are these rare storms that are coming in a straight line with these exceedingly high wind speeds, which is why the wind in downtown Houston collapsed buildings. It didn't collapse buildings, but it knocked out windows of on skyscrapers that made the downtown core of Houston look like a bomb went off. As one person or some people said, that it sounded like a bomb had gone off. This was a prophetic sign. It was a destruction sign, and it occurred in Houston, which is connected with the I-45 to Dallas, and it occurred on the same day as this golfer from Dallas prophetic sign, which in other words hints at the I-45, which confirms the 415 months after the earthquake in the area code 415. This incident involving the golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in occurred on the day that the Dow Jones index closed above 40,000 for the first time after it gained 134 points. 134 is the 45th semi-prime number, which God uses, semi-prime numbers, which are numbers that are only divisible by 2 other prime numbers. The Dow closed above 40,000 for the first time on the day of the score of 5 under par, which ends at 45, by the golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in. Okay, so, and that's why the Dow gained 134 points, the 45th prime number on that day, that the golfer charged with 4 crimes scored 5 under, all right? And was also, by the way, the day of the 45th president sign, the last Trump sign. Not to mention that, not to forget that. And by the way, all that is because of Isaiah chapter 45, because that's the chapter that describes God's anointed one, King Cyrus, whom Trump is symbolic of, and vice versa. And James Earl Jones is king symbolism. Okay, so Trump and James Earl Jones are king symbolism, and we have these bunches of 45s, as I'm explaining, on this May 17th date, and we have the last Trump sign on this day, and this Dow Jones sign, which in itself reveals the number 45, and on and on. Okay, so it's just amazing, in other words. All right, let's see. Now, the Dow closed above 40,000 for the first time on the day of the score of 5 under par. Okay, that's a 45 in itself, because 40,000 and 5 under par, by the golfer who was charged with 4 crimes, by the golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in. This day of this prophetic sign involving the Dow Jones is 45 days before it is predicted that Jones will die. Well, actually, it'll be James Earl Carter, which will be 4 days before the predicted death of James Earl Jones. Yes, as I was saying, thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped, to subdue nations before him and to loose the belts of kings, to open doors before him that gates may not be closed. Isaiah chapter 45, verse 1. That's the reason for the 415. It's not only 45 and the 45th president, but here we have, as I'm saying, the number one golfer and him being charged with 4 crimes in the 15th state, which is a 415. Him being charged with 4 crimes and then scoring 5 under, the number one golfer, that's another 415. The number one golfer winning 4 out of the last 5 tournaments, that's another 415. All of this is 415 months after the earthquake in the area code 415. And earthquakes are associated with trumpet blasts because the trumpet was long last Trump blast before the walls of security collapsed due to an earthquake for the Israelites. All right, so, and again, we have the last trumpet sign on this date as well. So you get the idea here. And we have the I-45 sign. All of that is because it points to Isaiah 45 verse 1, which is a 415. See how amazing it all is and how it all ties together? This incident involving the number one golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in occurred on the same day as the last Trump sign involving the 45th president. The 45th president is God's King Cyrus, who is described in Isaiah chapter 45, verse 1. This incident involving the number one golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments, which occurred on the day of the sign involving God's King Cyrus, who is described in Isaiah chapter 45, 1, occurred exactly 415 months after Jones read the poem before the World Series earthquake in the area code 415. The Seinfeld basketball prophecy that was in an iconic episode named Heart Attack was fulfilled on the same day that New England Patriots Cyrus Jones underwent open heart surgery for a rare condition. I should say Cyrus Jones, as in King Cyrus, and James Earl Jones, who is King Symbolism. Okay, and so there was this Seinfeld prophecy which was fulfilled in December of 2019 on the same day of the news of this New England Patriots Cyrus Jones story about him undergoing open heart surgery for a rare condition. This was also, and that's because the iconic episode is named Heart Attack, all right? And the prophecy was a basketball score that was fulfilled on that day. Okay, this was the day of the last full moon of the decade that correlated with a stock market sign on that day and pointed to the last Trump sign, which will be the death of Trump due to a heart attack. This was 4 years and 5 months and 5 days before the stock market sign on the day of the incident involving the golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in, when the Dow closed above 40,000 in a prophetic sign, and he scored 5 under par, and the day of the last Trump sign. The Cyrus Jones sign is 455% of a year before it is predicted that Jones will die, which in other words is the day that Jimmy Carter will die, James Earl Carter. Jones is King Symbolism, as is Jimmy Carter, and Trump is God's King Cyrus in Isaiah chapter 45, 1. The number 45 is the 9th triangular number. The World Series earthquake occurred in the area code 415 right after the baseball hit the outfield wall right next to the 330-foot marker, and player number 33 crossed home plate. Exactly 415 months after this, was the incident involving the number one golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in, okay, which ends at 415. This was also the day of the last Trump sign involving the 45th president. This is in turn exactly 9 times 9 weeks before it is predicted that the 45th president will die from a heart attack in what will be the last Trump sign. Okay, this is August 6th. It is now known that August 6th will be a step in the trail of signs that is leading to August 29th, the date it is predicted that President Trump will die from a heart attack, all right? This 9 times 9 weeks is 212.13% of a year. 2,213 is the 330th semi-prime number. The World Series earthquake struck right after the ball hit the outfield wall right next to the 330-foot marker when player number 33 crossed home plate. That's when the earthquake struck and the power in the broadcast booth went out. The Israelites blew a long-last trumpet blast before the walls of security collapsed due to an earthquake. Trump's death will be the last Trump before America's walls of security will collapse. Well, in fact, August 6th, the step in the trail of the Trump signs will be the sign that's 7 days before the walls of security collapse, which will be the solar flare from the sun that will knock out the power grid, which is why the power went out in the broadcast booth right after James Earl Jones read the poem. And right as player number 30 crossed home plate, because the poem was about baseball being a homecoming. The 45th president's death will be 9 times 9 weeks after the Trump sign and the incident involving the golfer who won for the blah, 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 blah. Okay, whatever. Because we already know that it's a step in the trail of signs, and I'm just getting tired. I'm just sorry about that. We're just getting a little redundant here. But that's how the signs are. They are redundant because God needs to be very redundant in order to develop these second and third witnesses. And that's what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination. That's why it's all redundant. It's because it's necessary for the second and third witnesses, and I just said it twice, which is redundant. Okay. These connections to the death of Jones and the death of Trump connect from the incident involving the golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments that occurred after a death at the Valhalla, which hints at Afterlife Golf Club. Okay, so in other words, we're talking about the deaths of Trump and Jones and them passing into the afterlife, and these signs occurred at Valhalla. The number 1 golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in was charged at the PGA Championship with 4 crimes in the 15th state, which hints at 415. And this was exactly 415 months after the World Series earthquake in the area code 415. Now, I have mentioned this already a couple times, but it took me a couple of days to realize this one too. It's another 415. The fact that he was charged 4 times in the 15th state, Kentucky. James Earl Jones read the poem about baseball being a homecoming right after the World Series earthquake in the area code 415, exactly 415 months before the number 1 golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments he has played in was charged with 4 crimes in the 15th state at the PGA Championship. Clearly, this is the James Earl Jones sign we were expecting on May 17th, 2024. What was the purpose of these signs on May 17th, 2024? They confirmed what was believed to be the case since December of 2019, the day of the Seinfeld prophecy, last full moon of the decade, and Cyrus Jones signs, which implied that Trump and James Earl Jones are prophetically related, and they are king and King Cyrus symbolism. King Cyrus is described in Isaiah chapter 45, verse 1. The Cyrus Jones sign was 4 years and 5 months and 5 days to May 17th, 2024, and the incident involving the number 1 golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments and was charged with 4 crimes at the PGA Championship in the 15th state, exactly 415 months after the World Series earthquake in the area code 415, after James Earl Jones read the poem about baseball being a homecoming. This reveals the date of the death of James Earl Jones, who was king symbolism, 45 days after the golfer was charged with 4 crimes before scoring 5 under on the day. This is when I started to realize that for sure July 1st is the day that God is pointing to, but again, this was before it was realized that it will be James Earl Carter, and James Earl Jones will be 4 days after that. On the day of the incident involving the golfer from Dallas, who was charged with 4 crimes and scored 5 under par, there were 4 or 5 deaths in the Houston storm. Some reports say at least 4 deaths, and some reports say 5 deaths. The I-45 connects Dallas to Houston. The derecho wind storm made downtown Houston look like a bomb went off. On May 17, 2024, the Biden administration declared a natural disaster for 7 counties, including Harris County. Okay, that's important. This is another confirmation that this is a prophetic sign, because the president, a prophetic judgment warning sign for America, because the president declared a national disaster. And again, as I mentioned earlier, this day connected with the other storm in Texas, 13 plus 13 plus 13 months exactly earlier, and on, as I explained earlier. The derecho had 40 plus 40 miles per hour winds. There was a report, which hints at the 44th president. There was a report of one tornado that had 110 mile per hour winds. The tornado was in Cypress, Texas, which hints at Cyrus. This was the day, King Cyrus. This was the day of the incident involving the number one golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments, which pointed to Isaiah chapter 45:1 and Cyrus. The golfer is from Dallas, and the storm was in Houston, and the I-45 connects Dallas to Houston. The I-45 hints at Isaiah 45:1. The assault incident involving the number one golfer, because he's charged with assault with a police officer, who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments, was 415 months after the earthquake in the area code 415. On the day of the incident, David DePape was sentenced to 30 years in jail for his assault on Paul Pelosi in the area code 415. That's Nancy Pelosi's husband. You will recall that the incident in which the guy invaded the home and attacked Paul Pelosi with a hammer. Okay, this sentencing of this guy to 30 years in jail was on this day, this May 17th date, in which the signs point back to San Francisco, which is where the assault occurred. In the Bible, 30 years is symbolic of a king. The number one golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments hints at King Cyrus in Isaiah 45:1. And again, James Earl Jones and Trump and the signs that point to them on this day are king symbolism. And again, we on this day have a sign involving the number of 30 years, which in the Bible is symbolic of a king. David and Joseph were made kings at the age of 30 years old. The golfer's name is Scott Scheffler. The name Scheffler means bailiff. Bailiffs have the keys to prison. Okay, bailiffs are known for their keys. Scott Scheffler hints at Scott Key. And the incident involving Scott Scheffler was 2 times 26, which hints at H226th in Strong's Greek Concordance, which is the word that means prophetic sign. Okay, so this Scott Key incident involving Scott Scheffler was 2 times 26, as in prophetic sign days, after the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. The day that the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed in Baltimore was Nancy Pelosi's 84th birthday. And Obama was born on the date 84, and his name in Hebrew gematria equals 84. And Nancy Pelosi was born in Baltimore. All right? So on this day, we have the sign involving San Francisco with her husband. And we have Francis Scott Key, all right? And he connects to the Francis Scott Key Bridge, Scott Scheffler. And on the day that the bridge collapsed in Baltimore, where Nancy Pelosi was born, who represents San Francisco, she was 84 years old, which hints at Barack Obama, okay, who was born on the date 8-4. Furthermore, he will become the 48th president, which is the reverse of 8-4. Nancy Pelosi represents San Francisco, as in Pope Francis, and the 415 area code. And on the day of the incident involving the number one golfer who has won 4 out of the last 5 tournaments, the attacker of Paul Pelosi was sentenced in the area code 414. The attack on Paul Pelosi in the 415 area code occurred right near the Golden Gate Bridge. And 415 months prior to Paul Pelosi's attacker's sentencing, was the day that the section of the I-80 Bay Bridge collapsed. Scott Scheffler, as in Scott Key, was charged with 4 crimes and then scored 5 under par to move up 8 positions to tie in 4th place. The 2-way tie for 4th place had Scheffler, who has won 4 out of 5 tournaments, in 4th place out of 5 golfers. And he scored 5 under, by the way. but he was in 4th place out of 5 golfers. I forgot that one. That's another 415. The number 1 golfer finished the day in 4th place out of 5 golfers because it was a 2-way tie for 4th place. A 2-way tie for 4th place hints at 44, and Paul Pelosi's attacker is 44 years old, which hints at the 44th president Antichrist, the murderer. 45 is the 9th triangular number, and the attack on Paul Pelosi near the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco was exactly 9 times 9 weeks before the sentencing of the attacker in San Francisco. On the day of the Scott Scheffler, as in Francis Scott Key Bridge, was charged with 4 crimes and scored 5 under to place him 4th out of 5 golfers. Okay, so let me now just repeat that. The attack, okay, 45 is the 9th triangular number. That's why we have these 45s going on right here, all right? And the attack was exactly 9 times 9 weeks, okay, which hints at the number 9, before the 45s, the day of the 45s signs, but it was also the day that the attacker was sentenced. So the attacker was sentenced exactly 9 times 9 weeks after the attack, and we have all these connections with the 4 and the 5s and the 415s connecting it all. Okay, it's amazing. But that's relevant because of the number 9 and 45 being the 9th triangular number. This 9 times 9 weeks connection between the attack on Pelosi near the Golden Gate Bridge and the incident that resulted in 4 charges is also 567 days. Okay? G 4,567 equals Satan. So you get it, okay? So the connection is 567 days. It's missing a number 4. But the connection gets us to the 4 charges and, there was other 4s. The winning of the 4 of the last 5 tournaments. All right, so that gives us the other 4, which gives us the 4,567, which is the word that means Satan, which appears 5 times in the Bible, which is a 4 and a 5. Scotty Scheffler, as in Francis Scott Key Bridge, scored 5 under on the day of the sentencing of the attacker on Pelosi near the Golden Gate Bridge, and the attack on Paul Pelosi near the Golden Gate Bridge on October 28th, 2022, was exactly 5 times 5 times 5 weeks after the city of San Francisco publicly admitted that the newly installed railing was causing the bridge to sing loud enough to be heard across the Bay Area. This is huge, okay? This is so huge here, all right? This is very, very important. I want to stress this. This is why the attack occurred on the day that it did. It was exactly 5 times 5 times 5 weeks. In other words, 125 weeks, but the prophetic significance is the number 5. Okay? Now, it occurred, the attack on Paul Pelosi near the Golden Gate Bridge was exactly 5 times 5 times 5 weeks after the city of San Francisco publicly admitted that the newly installed railing was causing the bridge to sing loud enough to be heard across the Bay Area. Why is this important? In the Bible, judgment on a people symbolically begins at the gate. And this 5 times 5 times 5 weeks connection from the 5 under par to the eerie drones sounds from the Golden Gate Bridge, the gateway to America, hinted at 5G frequencies that will facilitate the demonic possession of those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist by the demons that will cross the bridge from the bottomless pit in Revelation chapter 9, which is why the 9 times 9 weeks connection, by the way. After the key opens the bottomless pit by Pope Francis at the Vatican, which is symbolized by keys, which is why all of this bridge symbolism, including now the Golden Gate Bridge, connects to the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse, making it judgment warning, collapse. The day that the city of San Francisco admitted with the social media post, finally, to the frequencies from the Golden Gate Bridge, I should say the frequencies, as in 5G frequencies, that were being emitted from the Golden Gate Bridge, the eerie, awful drone sounds, was also the day that car traffic on the bridge was shut down for the first time ever. And it was shut down to the Antichrist Black Lives Matter protest, which was Antichrist, spirit of Antichrist. The city's admission to the frequencies and the Antichrist protest on the Golden Gate Bridge on the date 6/6 in 2020 is exactly 6 times 6 times 6 weeks to the date it is predicted that the mass demonic possession will begin on 5G Prince of the Power of the Air Day on July 27th, 2024. That's why this is so huge. All right? So, this date, by the way, was known ahead of time, like almost a year ahead of time, to be very important. It was Pentecost in 2020. All right? And it was the date 6/6. And the signs that ended up occurring, one of them, included these two stories involving the San Francisco Bay Bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge, the gateway to America. And in the Bible, judgment on a people symbolically begins at the gates. Now, it was stunning because if you take an opportunity to listen to the sounds of the drone, of the sound that was being emitted, I assume that it still is being emitted, but I don't know. Maybe they fixed it. Maybe they removed the railing that they installed and installed some kind of other railing because it was pretty awful and people were complaining. But the power of Satan in the Bible is symbolized by the prince of the power of the air. Prince in the Bible is a reference to ruler. That's what it means. And Satan is the ruler of the power of the air, which is why, for example, Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash, which will lead to the rise of the Antichrist. It is why the mark of the Antichrist that people have received is leading to demonic possession and will be facilitated by frequencies through the air. Okay? 5G frequencies are going to activate the components that are inside people after having taken the mark of the Antichrist. All right? And that will induce demonic possession. All right? Now, the date of the frequencies sign from the bridge, which is when the city officially admitted the cause of the sounds, was the same day as the Antichrist Black Lives Matter protest. Wicked, absolutely vile to the core Antichrist. Nothing at all good about it. Nothing. Completely evil. The Black Lives Matter protests, all of them, even the ones that were supposedly protesting peacefully, quote unquote. I'm not even saying that because of the violence. I'm saying because of what it was. Wicked, evil ideology from Satan. And these evil, wicked protesters shut down the San Francisco Bridge that day. The day that the bridge sang officially because of the admission from the city. And this day was 6/6. Okay? What it is saying is frequencies from the Antichrist. Well, how in the world are frequencies relevant to what is about to happen in the period of the Antichrist? It can only be 5G frequencies. And that's why the connection that I mentioned earlier of the exact 5 times 5 times 5 weeks from the day between the day of the bridge singing to the attack on Paul Pelosi in San Francisco, right near the bridge. That's hinting at 5G. But these signs that occurred on 6/6 are exactly 6 times 6 times 6 weeks to the date it is predicted that the symbolic beginning of this 5G facilitation of demonic possession will begin on July 27th. Now, I'm not saying that everyone is going to be demonically possessed overnight or anything other than what God is communicating to be a symbolic beginning of the events of Revelation chapter 9, the opening of the bottomless pit, which the key opens and the demons come out of and cross the bridge into the earthly realm. But part of whatever will happen after that, well, whether it will be on this day or not, 5G is going to facilitate the possession, demonic possession of people that have taken the mark of the Antichrist because of the things that are in the mark of the Antichrist. And you know what I'm talking about. And it is the mark of the Antichrist in its current form. It does not need an additional technology to go with it or an additional form of false religious worship or a supposed new age of dispensation after the supposedly all Christians will be raptured. For the commonly held objections that people have based on their understanding of prophecy, which will be proven to be incorrect when the prediction comes to pass, and this is the reason why God has given this prediction, and the reason for this video, and the reason why God has given me a voice through this video, is to prove that these commonly held understandings of objections to this thing not being the mark of the Antichrist are wrong. But anyway, the commonly held objections are answered in the must-watch snake bite video on this channel. Okay, but there's so much more to say, because it was exactly 13 weeks after this Bay Bridge that the protesters were outside the gate of the Kentucky Derby, which was in September that year because of the CVD disease, and that was the day that the Trump boats sank in the lake in Texas, and on and on. But anyway, from this date, which is 6/6, it is exactly 6 times 6 times 6 weeks to this date that God had already confirmed. In other words, I didn't discover this because I decided out of the blue to add 6 times 6 times 6 weeks. The date 7/27 was already known. And then once this was being written in the process, it was realized, whoa, this sign that I was reminded of because of the attack, the satanic attack on Paul Pelosi, it all came together. It was figured out. But it's 6 times 6 times 6 weeks after the 6/6, and this most extremely important prophetic sign on Pentecost, which symbolizes the church. And the mark of the Antichrist is for the purpose of testing the faith of quote-unquote Christians and the church and refining the church. Okay? Well, okay, I think I've explained that enough. Hopefully your jaw is dropped. That's the intention here, to floor you with this amazing information that is in this paragraph. An entire video ought to be made on this particular subject, but there's just too much. Now, there's more, though, because the sentencing of the 44-year-old attacker that attacked near the Golden Gate Bridge is 44 days before the closest approach to Earth of comet P12 Pons-Brooks, which is otherwise known as the Devil's Comet because it has, as a tail, it appears that it has horns, this comet. The date that it will make its closest approach to Earth, which is in the past now, was June 2nd. Okay? And this was a date that God was pointing to in advance. But the comet is expected to reach a maximum brightness of 4.5, which hints at the 4 charges and 5 under par, etc. Okay? And this will be 55 days before 5G day. So July 27th. Okay. The comet, the Devil's Comet, Pons-Brooks Day, the symbolic day for that comet, is 55 days before 5G Day. And the Pons-Brooks Comet is 44 days after the 44-year-old attacker was sentenced. And he again connects to the 5G frequencies sign on the bridge in the Golden Gate back in 2020. By the way, during the CVD lockdown, no less. Now, so that's amazing, the 55 days connection. Now, Pons is Latin for bridge. It's another bridge sign. Pons is Latin for bridge, okay? Brooks hints at the Brooklyn Bridge, but we also have Brooks Robinson, who is associated with the Baltimore Bridge collapse, as I have begun to explain in this video, but is explained fully in other videos as well, how the Baltimore Oriole Brooks Robinson is related to all of this. So that's why this comet is named Pons-Brooks, because it's hinting at bridge. But the bridge isn't only symbolism for the bridge that the demons will cross over into the earthly realm. Pons is the anatomical name of a part of the brain. The 5G frequencies will affect the brain and induce demonic possession. The components that are in the mark of the Antichrist are self-assembling AI technology, if you will, that somehow are going to be acting as conductors for the 5G frequencies that will facilitate, because for some reason, some spiritual reason I don't fully understand, brainwave frequencies are well, it's known that brainwave frequencies are related to a state of mind, and we have different frequencies in the brain depending on what state of mind we are in, what state of waking, or what you know what I'm saying, what state the mind is in. So, however that is related, it is related to facilitation of demonic possession. There are studies on pagan cultures, ancient cultures that are that induce themselves, that get themselves as part of a ritual into a trance and claim to be possessed by spirits. Okay, so they get themselves into a state of mind and then they claim to be possessed by spirits. This is common throughout. This is a common thing in pagan cultures, in especially Stone Age cultures, right? You can still find people that do this sort of thing in certain places in the world. Anyway, you can study this too. They have attached the brainwave detectors, the EEG things, and anyway, studied it. So the point is that there's a theory that the mode of brainwaves that a person is in is it can be related to demonic possession. And anyway, that's what's being communicated here with frequencies, 5G frequencies, that will affect the people that have taken a mark of the Antichrist, as described in Revelation chapter 9, for example. Those, as it says in Revelation chapter 9, who will seek death and not be able to find it, because they're demonically possessed. And they will want to be dead, but won't be able to die. It'll be a zombie pandemic, a mass demonic possession of the masses, which is leading to also a genocide, like Rwanda type of genocide, Well, okay. That's why the Pons Brooks sign was 55 days before 5G day, all right? It was also 55 days after the eclipse. And on the day of the eclipse was the basketball player sign whose nickname is Alien. It was a Nike commercial and a crop circle of his logo. And aliens are demons pretending to be aliens. And July 27th will be, I believe, the symbolic beginning of the demons pretending to be aliens. When Pope Francis opens the key to the bottomless pit and claims that aliens have arrived and have made him the ambassador for the world. I think that will be what will happen. It's just a guess, though. I don't think that the demonic possession will happen on July 27th, but the demons coming over and pretending to be aliens is part of that process that's leading to that, soon after July 27th. All right, now, the thing is that this sentencing of the attacker of Paul Pelosi, who attacked him in San Francisco on May 17th, 2024, the sentencing to 30 years, which instead a king in the Bible, is also a hint at King Abaddon in Revelation chapter 9. It's Revelation chapter 9, verse 11, is the king of the demons that come out of the bottomless pit that is opened with the key. And the Vatican is symbolized by keys because Catholics claim that the Pope has the, and the Catholic Church has the keys to the kingdom, which is blasphemy. I won't get into that. I've explained it in other videos. Okay, so this is why Paul Pelosi was attacked near the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, as in Pope Francis, and why it was on the day of these signs that point to the Francis Scott Key Bridge, with the Scott Scheffler sign, for example. 415 months after the earthquake in San Francisco, the area code 415, we had the Scott Scheffler sign, and Scheffler means keys. And this May 17th date, which I haven't explained yet, but the big sign of all of the signs was the day that Pope Francis and the Vatican announced that only they had sole authority to declare supernatural phenomena, such as Mary apparitions. All right? And that's because the Antichrist, well, it's because the key will open the bottomless pit for the angels to cross over the bridge into the earthly realm. But the Antichrist is Satan's representative, and this is symbolized by Pope Francis, who will symbolically open the pit with the key, although it's not actually Francis who will open the pit with the key, but it's symbolized with this because Francis will play a part, as 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 tells us, in his rise to power will be through the wicked false signs and wonders and all wicked deception. Okay, and this May 17th date with this sign involving Pope Francis, who is the Antichrist, whose number is 666, was exactly 6 times 6 times 6 weeks after the date 66 and the prophetic sign in San Francisco. By the way, I looked it up, and the winds that were caused, because the wind at the Golden Gate Bridge doesn't always produce the sounds. But from what I could tell, from studying, I did take quite a bit of time back in 2020 to look this up. From what I could discover, when the winds create the sounds, it's when the wind is coming from the northwest. And in Bible prophecy, the Antichrist is said to come from the north and the west, exactly due northwest of Jerusalem, which is, of course, the reference point for the prophecy, is Rome. It isn't an accident that Rome is exactly northwest of Jerusalem. That's because the Antichrist will come from the northwest. But I think that's what's alluded to with these winds that produced these frequency sounds that the entire San Francisco Bay Area could hear that were coming from the direction of the northwest. All right. So now we are on the subject of Catholicism here. All Mary apparitions in history have been demons pretending to be Mary, because as 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 tells us, people get the deception that they ask for. And the world that now believes in the possibility of aliens is about to get the deception that it is asking for, which is demons pretending to be aliens. Because in a solid biblical worldview, it is impossible for there to be aliens. That is why there will be demons pretending to be aliens, is because it is a test of faith, way in which to weed out the true Christians from the false Christians. Because a false Christian will believe and contemplate the possibility of aliens, whereas the true Christian will understand that it is literally impossible, otherwise there's no such thing as Christianity. Because in the Bible, the center of God's creation and the universe is earth, and the focus of God's creation is man. The center of the creation is man, and it is the creation is for the purpose of developing his church. That is the purpose of the creation. It is to achieve the goal of his chosen people that will spend eternity with him. Okay? Now, if there are aliens, it implies that if they are visiting us, superior to us, to humans, and that doesn't go with the biblical worldview and the Christian worldview, because in the Christian worldview, in Christianity, God became a man, Christ. That is Christianity. God took the form of a man and atoned for the sins of men and conquered death through becoming a man and his resurrection as a man. It had to be a man, but only God could do it. Atone for the sins of men and then overcome death. And then if there are aliens, did God do this in the form of aliens and die on crosses and hopscotch across the universe, dying on crosses and atoning for the sins of other species of aliens? Or did the atonement of Jesus, God as a man, atone for the sins of aliens? I mean, what are we talking about here? Obviously, it is impossible for there to be aliens. This is why there will be demons pretending to be aliens. It's for the purpose of fooling people that get the deception that they ask for. Okay, so it is Catholicism that has just declared on May 17th that they have the sole power to declare certain things, such as Mary apparitions, but also the coming alien deception. The Pope will make the decision, but more than that, he is going to announce that aliens have arrived and have made him the ambassador for the world, instantly giving him power over governments around the world and making him the leader of the United Nations, etc. Okay, so this is Catholicism, however, and the movie The Exorcist involves Catholic priests. So the movie Exodus was released on December 26th, 1973. Or I'm sorry. What I want to talk about here is the date that the main priest died. The actor Max von Sydow. And God uses records for his signs. This was the only Swedish-born actor to have been nominated for or won an Oscar, I believe. Oh, I forget. It was in March of 2020 that this sign occurred, so I can't remember everything, and I don't know if it's... Anyway, the point is that he died on March 9th, 2020 at the age of 90 years old, And it was the 9th of the month. It connected with other 9s. I forget that too. It connected with exactly 11 months to February 9th, 2021. And I'm not going to explain why that's relevant, though. I apologize. It's very important that he died at the age of 90, and it was the date 39, which hints at 3 9s. The number 9 is the most important number in God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections. As from the Bible, it symbolizes God's judgment. Well, this movie, The Exorcist, is known for being often listed as the best horror movie of all time. It was the highest grossing horror movie until the movie It surpassed it, but it was known for how successful it was. It was it was the number 1 movie of the year, and it was entered into National Registry of Film for being aesthetically and culturally significant, etc. All right, and so it's known for how successful it was, and therefore the amount of money that it made is relevant. And it grossed in the theaters $193 million on a budget of a fraction of that. And 193 is the 44th prime number. And that's a number that God uses in his signs to confirm it as a prophetic sign. Because the Antichrist is the 44th president, the second of the 2 Antichrists that gets his power from the first Antichrist, Pope Francis, the leader of Catholic priests. And we are talking about Max von Sydow, who played the Catholic priest in the movie The Exorcist. And of course, the movie The Exorcist is about demonic possession, which is what we are talking about right here, and what God is communicating through these signs with the 5G frequencies that will facilitate mass demonic possession through the mark of the Antichrist. All right, as I have explained. When demons cross over the bridges, which is why Francis Scott Key Bridge, because the key will open the bottomless pit to the aliens or demons crossing over the bridge. Okay, so it made $193 million. It ended up grossing lifetime $440 million. That's another hint at 44, a second witness that confirms the 193 million, which hints at the 44th prime number. All right. God pairs 9 and 44 together to confirm his signs and connections. Because the 44th president was inaugurated in 2009. That's just one reason. That's also why, by the way, Michael Jordan, who wore jersey number 23 in basketball, as did Barack Obama, when he played for the Olympic Dream Team, he wore jersey number 9, and the team outscored their opponents by an average of 44 points. Just another example to confirm for you that God pairs 9 and 44. Well, this movie that made the 44th prime number, 193 million, and it was known for how much money it made. That's a big part of the story of this movie. Okay? And then went on to gross 440 million lifetime. All right. That movie in which Max von Sydow starred, he died at the age of 90. Okay, so that's the pairing of 9 and 44 for you to confirm what we're talking about here and the significance of the death of Max von Sydow. He also again died on the 9th of the month, which was the third month, which hints at 3 9s. And God frequently repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. All right, now, the president who was inaugurated in 2009 was president until 2017. All right, so God pairs 9 and 17 together in his signs for this reason. All right, now, the thing is that 9 times 17 is equal to 153, which is the number of fish that were caught in the net in Jesus' last miracle that symbolized the harvest of fish at the end of the age of fishing for men. All right, in other words, this number symbolizes the rapture. And the rapture is to occur 17 days after Demon's Day, 5G Day, Revelation chapter 9 Day, whatever you want to call it. God is pointing to Aliens Day, Pope Francis Aliens Day, July 27th, okay? Will be 17 days, anyway. 17 is the 17th triangular number is 153. And that's another reason why the rapture, which is symbolized by 153, as I'm saying, will be 17 days after Revelation chapter 9, 5G, fifth trumpet, by the way. That's Revelation chapter 9. That's why 5G, by the way. It's a 5G because it's the fifth trumpet. And by the way, it's the fifth of 7 trumpets, and G is the 7th letter. That's why 5G. It's describing the fifth of 7 trumpets in Revelation chapter 9. Okay, so anyway, May 17th, this day of the declaration by Pope Francis, who has the key to the bottomless pit. Again, the Vatican is symbolized by keys. Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse, demons crossing the bridge into the earthly realm. Okay, May 17th was the day of the Pope Francis declaration regarding these sorts of things, supernatural phenomena, which is because he will be the leader of the deception. He is the Antichrist. He will be telling people the opposite of the truth as to what is really going on. He'll be saying the aliens are here, but they're demons. He'll say other things. The Mary apparition said this, but it's really a demon. What the Mary apparition will say is true, but it's really false, etc. All right? Including what the aliens will say. He'll agree with, but it'll be false. All right? And this May 17th date, which is the focus of this video, is exactly 1,530 days after the death of Max von Sydow. And 1,530 hints at 153, which is 9 times 17, which hints at Barack Obama. The movie The Exorcist grossed the 44th prime number, and over a lifetime grossed 440 million. Okay, and Max von Sydow died at the age of 90. So his death at 90 connects with the 1,530 days to May 17th, which is pointing to Demon's Day, Francis Day, Aliens Day, which in turn connects with 17. The 17th triangular number is 153 to the rapture, which is symbolized by 153. Hopefully I made that clear enough, but you get the idea here is that God is communicating a confirmation of what we are talking about here with this movie, The Exorcist, because it connects to May 17th, which is this huge day that God is pointing to regarding the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Ultimately is what we're getting at here with the Scott Scheffler sign and the Pope Francis sign. We are talking about the Pons-Brooks comet, and Pons is the name of the part of the brain, and it means bridge in Latin, and that's because the bridge for the demons to demon-possess people is the mark of the Antichrist that people have taken that will facilitate with AI technology, receptors, transistors, conductors for the 5G frequencies, the prince of the power of the air that will demonically possess people. Just like in the movie The Exorcist. All right, to continue with what was written after May 17th that explains what happened on May 17th. The golden ratio, as in the Golden Gate Bridge, the golden ratio is 1.618. The sentencing of Paul Pelosi's attacker near the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco on the day of the incident involving Scott Scheffler, which hints at Francis Scott Key Bridge, who was charged with 4 crimes and scored 5 under, to place him 4th out of 5 golfers on the day of the last Trump sign involving the 45th president, was 1,618 days, as in the golden ratio, after the last full moon, last Trump, of the decade sign, the last full moon of the decade hints at the last trump, and the Cyrus Jones signs. Okay, including the basketball, Seinfeld basketball prophecy. King Cyrus is described in Isaiah chapter 45. A number of days symbolic of the golden ratio connects the Cyrus Jones sign to the attack on Paul Pelosi near the Golden Gate Bridge and the 45th president. And this connects to Scott Scheffler as in Key, which connects to the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse on the day of the sign involving the player number 88 who collapsed onto the basketball court due to the player for the Golden State Warriors with an image of the Golden Gate Bridge on his team's uniform. Okay, so in other words, on the day that the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed, we had a collapse sign as well, which was the prophetic sign involving a player for the Golden Gate Bridge team, the Golden State Warriors, and the logo for the team is the Golden Gate Bridge. Okay, and that was. Do I talk about it in a second? The day that I talked about it already. The day that the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed in Baltimore was Nancy Pelosi's birthday, who was born in Baltimore and represents San Francisco. Okay, and so the Golden Gate, the Golden Ratio connects to the signs that are about the Golden Gate Bridge because it connects to the day of the sentencing of the attacker of the Paul Pelosi near the Golden Gate Bridge. Okay, now the player who was involved that collapsed, this was a foul, it was a controversial play, it was a controversial incident that made national sports news. The player that collapsed was number 48. Okay, and this connects with 2 times 26 days. This date, May 7, the date of the collapse of him on the court on the date of the collapse of the bridge connects with 2 times 26 days, which hints at 226, the 226th number in Strong's Hebrew Concordance, to the Scott Scheffler Key sign and Paul Pelosi San Francisco sign and Pope Francis sign on May 17th. And this is 88 days, May 17th, before the collapse of America due to the coming solar storm direct hit that will cause power outages, which is what is hinted at with James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King, because the metaphor that God is using for this is a lion's roar. Okay, and which is why May 17th which was why on May 17th there was a derecho storm, a straight direct hit storm that caused destruction and power outages in Harris County. That's because the coming hit from the sun will be like a derecho storm, a straight line punch on the earth. On September 11th, 2001, 110 stories of a tower collapsed when a plane with 7 plus 7 times 7 passengers, 3 sets of 7, and a crew of 9 people flew into it. The derecho storm in Harris County spawned one tornado with 110 miles per hour winds, and this was exactly 7 plus 7 times 7 months after 9 barges broke free into the river next to Harris County and crashed into the I-10 bridge, which is at 110. The barges crashed into and damaged the I-10 bridge in Texas, and this connected to the 110-mile winds tornado in Texas that occurred on the day of the incident involving Scott Scheffler, as in Francis Scott Key Bridge, who is from Texas. Scott Scheffler, who has won 4 out of 5 tournaments, was charged with 4 crimes and then scored 5 under to place him 4th out of 5 golfers on the day of the last Trump sign involving the 45th president. This is 45 days before July 1st, 2024, which will be exactly 1,190 weeks after 9/11. 1,190 hints at 9/11. The name Scott Scheffler means bailiff, which hints at key, and in Revelation chapter 9:11, the king of the bottomless pit and his minions are released after the pit is opened with a key. The death of the security worker, as people were trying to get into Valhalla, Louisville, hinted at the death of Kamala Harris in St. Louis. The reason why the incident involving the number one golfer, who has won 4 out of 5 tournaments, occurred 415 months after the San Francisco Bay earthquake in the area code 415 is that Kamala Harris is from San Francisco. The reason why Scott Scheffler was charged with 4 crimes and then scored 5 under to place him 4th out of 5 golfers on the day of the last Trump sign involving the 45th president, and why he won 4 out of 5 tournaments, is that Kamala Harris is predicted to die in St. Louis 45 days later on July 1st. Now, this was not realized at the time of this writing, obviously, that July 1st would be a step. It's 7 plus 7 plus 7 days before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis on September 22nd. This is the date that it will be predicted that the president who was inaugurated in 77 will die. And 49, Kamala Harris is the 49th vice president, and 49 is 7 times 7. This is why the golfer who has won 4 out of 5 tournaments is from Dallas, and why on the day that he was charged with 4 crimes and then scored 5 under par, the Biden administration declared a national disaster in Harris County. Dallas is connected to Harris County with the I-45 because it points to Harris's disaster 45 days later. That makes perfect sense, by the way. That's why, truly, the death of Jimmy Carter on July 1st will be a step in the trail to the death of Kamala Harris. Because these signs with the storm in Harris County at the end of the I-45 from Dallas clearly identified or communicated adding 45 days to the death of Kamala Harris. But it isn't, it's just another step. Just like all of the other dates that God has been using along the way, that God was pointing to as being the day that Kamala Harris will die, ended up being steps that lead on, okay? And the lead on, as I just alluded to, is the president who was inaugurated in 77, and Kamala Harris's plane crash will mirror that of Flight 77 on 9/11 when it was hijacked on its way from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles. Kamala Harris, the 49th vice president, 7 times 7, will die on the same flight path from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles when it will crash in St. Louis. The attack on Paul Pelosi is said to have been motivated by politics. It is also said that the attacker was out of his mind and not really aware of what he was doing. The attack near the Golden Gate Bridge on October 28, 2022 was exactly 5 times 5 times 5 weeks after San Francisco, the city, admitted that recent renovations were the source of the eerie frequencies being emitted across the San Francisco Bay Area. This hinted at 5G frequencies that will induce demonic possession and cause people to attack each other in a zombie-like manner based on their political allegiances. The zombie-like attack on Paul Pelosi near the Golden Gate Bridge on October 28, 2022 was 9 times 9 weeks exactly to the date that this 44-year-old attacker was sentenced. God pairs 9 and 44. The 30-year sentence for the 44-year-old attacker was said to be like a life sentence. This connection to the sentencing of the 44-year-old attacker was also 567 days, and G 4,567 is the word that equals Satan. The sentencing of the 44-year-old attacker is 4 times 4 days before the approach of the Devil's Comet named Pons, which hints at so 4 times 4 days, by the way, is in other words 16 days, which hints at a bridge and the brain. Because again, the name Pons is Latin for bridge, but is part of the brain. The Devil's Comet, the Pons Comet, will in turn be 55 days before 5G Day on July 27th, 2024, when demonically possessed people will attack each other like zombies, and the attacker, and like the attacker near the Golden Gate Bridge, he was attacking like a zombie. It was said that he was out of his mind and not really aware of what he was doing. The zombie-like politically motivated attack on Paul Pelosi on October 28th, 2024 is 91 weeks and 1 day, which hints at Revelation 9:11, to 5G Day on July 27th, 2024, which hints at Revelation 9:11, when the key will open the bottomless pit and allow the demons and their king out into the world to attack people. Paul Pelosi's attacker's name is David DePape, a somewhat unusually sounding name with 3 capital letters. D equals the 4th letter. His initials DD equals 44, or hints at 44. P is the 4 times 4th letter, the 16th letter. So DePape is 44 years old, and his name hints at the number 44, and his age is a central part of the news story regarding his sentencing because of the 30 years sentence being like a life sentence, quote unquote. This confirms the 4 times 4 days between the 44-year-old David DePape's sentencing for his attack while out of his mind near the Golden Gate Bridge and the approach of the Devil's Comet, the Comet Pons Brooks. Okay, as in the Brooks-Robinson Bridge and the Pons Bridge in the brain. Let me just repeat that, okay? So David DePape is a hint at 4s, like I just said. D, 4, and the P, 4 times 4. And his sentencing is 4 times 4 days before the Bridge Comet, which will be followed by 55 days to 5G Day. And the 4 times 4 days followed by 55 days is another 45, by the way, which I don't think I didn't identify here. A part of the David DePape sentencing story is how U.S. probation had recommended 5 times 5 years, followed by 5 years of supervised release. That's another hint at the 5 times 5. And again, it was, the attack was 5 times 5 times 5 weeks exactly after the San Francisco frequencies sign. Okay. So this is all so amazing. I hope you got that. The probation, even the sentencing hinted at the 55 days from this sign, because the U.S. probation recommended 5 times 5 years, followed by another 5 years of supervised release. It's amazing. God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning, and this is hinting at 5G frequencies, the prince of the power of the air, that will induce demonic possession, mass demonic possession, which will lead, like this attacker, to a politically motivated genocide, a politicide. Okay? There is more to the combination of 4, 1, and 5. As has been explained, 415 hints at Isaiah chapter 45, verse 1. This is why the last Trump sign involving the 45th president occurred on the same day as the incident involving the number 1 golfer, who has won 4 out of 5 tournaments, and the day of the Dow Jones, James Earl Jones, closed above 40,000 for the first time after gaining 134 points. 134 again is the 45th semi-prime number. However, these signs on May 17, 2024 were exactly 415 months after the San Francisco Bay earthquake in the area code 415. Kamala Harris is from San Francisco. Also, on May 17, 2024, was the death of a security worker as people were trying to get into Valhalla, Louisville. The golfer, who was charged with 4 crimes in the 15th state, which is at 415, is from Dallas. And on the day of this incident involving the number 1 golfer who was charged with 4 crimes and scored 5 under, was the rare derecho storm that was like a bomb went off in downtown Houston in Harris County. Dallas is connected with Harris County with the I-45. 145 is the 49th semi-prime number. Harris is the 49th vice president. That's amazing. Okay, that's another confirmation that this is about Kamala Harris. The death at Valhalla in Louisville and the disaster in Harris County that were 415 months after the earthquake in the 4015 area code, where Kamala Harris is from, point to the death of Kamala Harris. Valhalla, because death, afterlife, Harris County, the 49th vice president, which the 49th prime number is 145, and or semi-prime number, and in St. Louis, which is hinted at with Louisville, 45 days later on July 1st. Well, again, July 1st is a step. It'll be the death of Jimmy Carter instead. The signs on May 17th, 2024, that were 415 months after the San Francisco Bay earthquake, when the number one golfer, who has won 4 out of 5 tournaments, was charged with 4 crimes in the 15th state, also points to the number 415, which is the 131st semi-prime number. Okay, so here's more about the number 115 for you. It is the 131st semi-prime number. G131 is the word for blood disease, which is what someone gets when they have taken the thing, the mark of the Antichrist, which is the significance of this. Okay, so which points to those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist and will be demon-possessed through 5G frequencies. On 6/6 in 2020, the city of San Francisco admitted to the frequencies from the Golden Gate Bridge exactly 6 times 6 times 6 weeks before 5G frequencies day, which is why the sentencing of the attacker of Paul Pelosi near the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco occurred on May 17th. The sentencing in San Francisco in the 415 area code was 415 months after the San Francisco Bay earthquake that shook the Golden Gate Bridge in the area code 415. Oh yeah, okay. So the Golden Gate Bridge was shaken by the earthquake. It wasn't only the Bay Bridge that collapsed. And that shaking is symbolic of frequencies. Right? It would have been vibrations, frequencies, vibrations through the ground shaking the bridge. That's a frequency sign, in fact. Okay? On the day of the sentencing in San Francisco, in the 415 area code, the Dow closed at 40,000 for the first time after it gained 134 points. 134 is the 45th semi-prime number. Harris, who is from San Francisco, is predicted to die in the 314 area code 45 days after the Dow gained 134 points, which is the 45th semi-prime number. And again, July 1st is a step. Jimmy Carter will die on July 1st. This will be on July 1st, 2024, exactly 1,190 weeks after 9/11 and 1,190 hints at 9/11. Okay, and this, which hints at the demonic possession of those with blood disease, which is why the number 415, G131, because 415 is the 131st semi-prime number. Or is it the 131st? Yeah, semi-prime number. Okay, so that is hinted at in Revelation 9:11. Okay, so the demonic possession that is hinted at in Revelation 9:11 is symbolized by 9/11 in 2001, right? And this July 1st date, that's the date for the predicted death of Jimmy Carter, will be 1,190 days after 9/11. Okay, and it connects with 45 days to the signs involving 45 and 415, which was 415 months after the San Francisco signs, and 415 is the 131st semi-prime number. And the blood disease, which is what 131 hints at because of G131 in the Strong's Greek Concordance, is what people get when they take the mark of the Antichrist, which is what will facilitate the demonic possession that is hinted at in Revelation 9:11. Okay? The beginning of the demonic possession on 5G day, on July 27th, will be 69, and 6 divided by 9 equals 0.666 days, which is 1,656 hours, which hints at Genesis 6 and the corruption of blood, because the flood judgment began, or the flood judgment in Genesis 6 or 7 occurred because of the corruption of blood, people's chromosomes, that's described in Revelation chapter 6. Okay? And that's why the extinction, the mass deaths is coming, just like in the flood, because of the corruption of people's chromosomes as a result of taking the thing. God can't have that, just like he couldn't have it after it was done in the book of Genesis. So people have corrupted their chromosomes from having taken the thing, which gives them blood disease and all that. So anyway, 69 days is also 1,656, which is a number that's symbolic of the flood, because the flood happened 1,656 years after Adam, according to Bible chronology. All right, now this 69 days, this 5G day, demonic possession day, this 1,656 hours is the length of time in between May 19th and 5G day on July 27th. Okay, on Sunday, May 19th, 2024, the Dow was still closed at 40,000 for the first time. May 19th was exactly 1,045 months after the epic construction of the Golden Gate Bridge was completed in the area code 415. That's amazing. 1,045 months hints at the area code 415 and hints at the 415 months connection to May 17th, 2024. 1,045 months from the completion of the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco hints at 145, the 49th semi-prime number, and the death of the 49th vice president, who is from San Francisco, near the Gateway Arch in St. Louis, which is why 1,045 months. By the way, I'm tired. I've been talking for hours. You can probably tell. But anyway, which is why 1,045 months after the completion of the Golden Gate Bridge, we received the prophetic sign involving an aviation disaster that pointed to the X engendered by the paths of totality of the eclipses near St. Louis. Okay, so let me just repeat that. On May 19th, the signs I'm about to get to it actually. So the sign we received on May 19th, 2024, which is expected in advance, was because it was the 99th anniversary of the birth of Malcolm X, a leader of the Nation of Islam organization. On May 19th, 2024 was the death of the leader of an Islamic nation of Iran in an aviation disaster involving a helicopter. God uses helicopters and their blades as symbolism for an X. Malcolm X was known for speaking to black male audiences. On May 19th, 2024, the anniversary of the birth of Malcolm X, who was a leader of the radical Nation of Islam, Joe Biden, who is the leader of the U.S., leader of America, spoke at a black male audience at the historic Morehouse College for the commencement speech. Morehouse College is in the 4th state, and on this day, the Dow was closed at 40,000 for the first time, 40 days after the eclipse that engendered an X over the nation, as in Nation of Islam, Malcolm X. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the eclipse in 2017 and the 2024 eclipses, their paths engendered an X over America, the center of which is near St. Louis, which is why Kamala Harris will die in St. Louis, near the Gateway Arch. In the Bible, judgment on a nation or a people symbolically begins at the gate, and through the death of Kamala Harris, the Antichrist will rise to power again. And this Antichrist, Barack Obama, was a member of the May 19th Communist Organization, which derived its name after the birthday of Malcolm X and Ho Chi Minh. May 19th. Okay. As I will explain, this sign involving Joe Biden speaking from a podium on the day of the disaster in Iran, in which the news story focused on the succession of the leader of Iran, was a sign that pointed to the date that Joe Biden will step down after Harris's aviation disaster at the X. The signs on May 17th, May 18th, and May 19th overlapped, and all three of these dates, the Dow was closed above 40,000 for the first time because it was over the weekend. The Dow was closed at 40,000 on Saturday, May 18th, 2024. On May 17th, 2024, the Dow was closed at 40,000 for the first time on the day that Nancy Pelosi's husband's 44-year-old attacker was sentenced in San Francisco after the U.S. Probation Office recommended 5 times 5 years, followed by 5 years of supervised release, which hinted at the number 45. The reciprocal, and that's because it's the 44-year-old and then the 5 on the 5s, okay, in his sentencing. The reciprocal of 45 is 0.0222 into infinity. The number 22 symbolizes the mark of the Antichrist in God's signs. Nancy Pelosi was born in Baltimore, and she represents San Francisco, which is why the day after the sentencing in San Francisco that hinted at demonic possession of those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist was the Preakness horse race in Baltimore on May 18th, 2024. The winner of the Kentucky Derby, okay, now the day before the Preakness race was the sign in Kentucky with the PGA Championship, okay? And that's why I put in brackets here this, and because I'm now talking about the winner of the Kentucky Derby. Okay. The winner of the Kentucky Derby placed second while wearing number 5. Okay, I don't know why I wrote that. So the number 2 finisher, the number of the horse was 5. And 25, which is what it's hinted at, is 5 times 5. Also, 5 to the power of 2 is 25, which is 5 times 5. G5 will facilitate demonic possession that will cause people to attack people, as in Pelosi's husband's attack near the Golden Gate Bridge. The second place horse, Mystic Dan, okay, what I'm saying here, okay, now I get it. The second place horse in the Preakness was the horse that won the Kentucky Derby, okay? This horse is Mystic Dan, who won the Kentucky Derby on the day that Madonna, who is known for her love of horseback riding, concert prophetic sign in Brazil. It was a woman rides the beast sign, as will be explained. This too pointed to 5G demonic possession day. It's the day of the beginning of the Antichrist beast period of time. 5G day, July 27th, Antichrist day, beginning of the beast system day, whatever you want to call it. Okay? So, and in Bible prophecy, there is a description of a woman that rides a beast. Madonna, and it's a prostitute. A Madonna is the whore, the harlot. She is symbolic of this, and she is known for her love of riding, beasts, horseback riding. Okay? And so that's why, as will be explained in another video, the prophetic sign of her on the beach in Brazil occurred on the same day as the Mystic Dan sign horse Kentucky Derby sign, which was a 5G sign because it was the second, because it placed second and wore number 5 in the Preakness in Baltimore, which is where the bridge collapsed, as in the bridge that the demons will cross over into the earthly realm. All right, now in the Preakness race, the top 3 horses were 6, 5, and 3. 653 is the 119th prime number, and this hints at the demonic possession alluded to in Revelation 9:11. The 653 race, which hints at 119 and 9:11, is 2 months and 9 days, which hints at 9/11, because if God were to symbolize 9/11 using two numbers, it would be 2 and 9, because 2 is 1 plus 1. Okay, so the 653 race, which hints at 9/11, is 2 months and 9 days, which hints at 9/11, and therefore Revelation 9:11, before the 209th, which hints at 9/11 and Revelation 9:11, day of the year, and 5G demonic possession day. Okay, that's amazing. I forgot that. 5G demonic possession day, July 27th, is the 209th day of the year, which hints at Revelation 9:11, because 2 and 9 hints at 9/11. The winner of the race was 9-1 odds, which also hints at Revelation 9:11. The name of the winning horse is Seize the Gray, which alludes to demons seizing control of a person's gray matter, their brain, the pawns, the bridge that the demons will cross over to possess people. Paul Pelosi suffered brain damage in the attack by the person who was out of his mind, demonically possessed. The day before Seize the Gray won the news, the day before Seize the Gray won, the news story was about the sentencing of Paul Pelosi's attacker, and it mentions how he has suffered brain damage. The news story. That's part of the sentencing of the attacker, taking into account how the one who was attacked suffered brain damage. The race was in Baltimore, the day after the sentencing in San Francisco of the attacker of Pelosi's husband, and Nancy Pelosi was born in Baltimore and represents San Francisco. The order of the names of the top 3 horses in the Baltimore horse race, Seize the Gray, Mystic Dan, and Catching Freedom, and this alludes to demonic possession through frequencies in the brain which seize their freedom. Seizes their brain, but also seizes their freedom, and supernatural, as in Mystic Dan, sees the gray matter. It's all amazing. For a long time, I have personally believed that New Age and Jesuit mysticism will play a major role in the end times deception. For example, demons pretending to be aliens and spiritual beings from other dimensions will promote New Age mysticism, or they do. They do this already, okay? So, for example, demons pretending to be aliens and spiritual beings from other dimensions. When they do this, when they pretend to be these beings, they promote New Age mysticism. If you talk to anyone that's talking about how the alien from another dimension is giving them all kinds of wisdom, etc., it's New Age mysticism stuff. Malarkey. Deception. Antichrist religion. Literally anti-Christianity religion. The opposite of Christianity. Focused on the self and self-development, supposed spiritual evolution, etc. It's pride, the root of sin in the Bible. There are forms of Christianity that are also guilty of this, such as Pentecostalism and charismaticism. It seems this is what Mystic Dan hints at. San Francisco hints at the first Jesuit pope. Okay, so as I'm saying here, it's not a coincidence that the first Jesuit pope is the Antichrist, because the Jesuit order is known for its mysticism, and there will be a merging of New Age and Jesuit mysticism deception in the end times that I suspect will be promoted by demons pretending to be aliens, which the Pope will announce have made him the ambassador for the world. And that's, in these signs anyway, we have Mystic Dan and the connection to San Francisco, which hints at the Pope. That's all I'm saying here, I guess. In between sleep cycles last night, it occurred to me that the name Alice Stewart fits. How the name Alice Stewart fits. Alice Stewart was a CNN commentator who died suddenly. And we all know the reason why many people are dying suddenly. In her late 50s. It's from taking the thing. On May 18th, 2024. She died in the Washington, D.C. area on the same day as the Preakness race in Baltimore near the collapsed bridge in the Washington, D.C. area. Because Baltimore is part of the Washington, D.C. area. On CNN, she was cast as a supposed bridge between Republicans and Democrats, making her worse than a Democrat in terms of unrighteousness. She publicly promoted the CVD thing, and she's known for it. She promoted the mark of the Antichrist. She is known for having worked on 5 presidential campaigns. This hints at 5G that will facilitate demonic possession of those who have taken the thing. The name Alice is made of 5 letters, and the name Stewart is 7 letters. This hints at 5G. Amazing. Her initials, A and S, are the first and 19th letters of the alphabet, and this hints at 9/11 and the demonic possession alluded to in Revelation 9:11. She died on the day of the race in which the top 3 horses, 653, hinted at 653, and the 119th prime number. The winning horse was 9-1 odds, which also hinted at Revelation 9:11. And in Revelation chapter 9, the locusts are said to appear like horses with tails that sting, which is an allusion to the things that Alice promoted. The Alice Stewart bridge between Republicans and Democrats, 5G sign, coincides with the other signs over the weekend involving bridges, 5G, and demonic possession, including the race that occurred on the day that she died, which was the Seize the Gray race, as in Seize the Gray Matter and Mystic Dan, right? So, okay, so this is the prophetic significance of Alice Stewart. She was she was herself bridge symbolism because she was the supposed bridge between Republicans and Democrats that the left used for furthering their ideology. That's why she was worse than a Democrat. All right? Her initials hint at 9/11, 9/11, and Revelation 9/11. She died on the day of the horse race that hinted at 9/11 and Revelation 9/11. And she died 2 months and 9 days before the 209th day of the year, which hints at Revelation 9/11, which will be 5G day. And she's known for having worked on 5 presidential campaigns. That's why, because it's a hint at 5G. Her names are made of 5 and 7 letters, which hints at 5G because G is the 7th letter. The reason for this Alice Stewart bridge between Republicans and Democrats 5G sign is that it hints at the Civil War and the coming politicide perpetrated by those who will become demonically possessed through 5G, the bridge between the demonic realm and this realm. And, right, exactly. That's the coming politicide. The end game here for the current civil war we are in. It will end with a politicide that will ultimately end with the return of Lord Jesus Christ and the removal of these people into the lake of fire. On May 17th, the 9/11 mayor, Rudy Giuliani, was served indictment papers for alleged crimes in Arizona. He is charged with 9 crimes, and in the same prosecution case, there are 11 defendants who are charged with signing documents as electors in the 2020 referendum. This is a 9/11 sign, and it's the 9/11 mayor. And it coincides with the theme in the signs on May 17th through 19th that point to Revelation 9/11. The 9/11 mayor was served indictment papers at his 40 plus 40th birthday party in the 9th plus 9 plus 9th state, as in the 44th president who was inaugurated in 2009, for alleged crimes committed in the 48th state. This president who will become the 48th president. This is a pairing of 9 and 44 that hints at the 48th president Antichrist, who, by the way, will become the president again through the shoplifted referendum, which Rudy Giuliani played a major role in exposing the truth about this, which is why the left is hunting him down and doing their best to destroy him, which is why they served him these ridiculous papers at his 40 plus 40th birthday party. It's because the left is wicked, and whether or not they know it, are in complete allegiance with Satan. They need to repent immediately. That's the purpose of this video, is to get people to wake up and repent. Now, the truth is exposed with the prediction, because the prediction proves everything that I am saying. That's the purpose of the prediction. Make no mistake. I know far better than you the reason for this prediction. It is to prove these things so that you will finally repent and accept the truth. The left is evil. The 9/11 mayor's 9 charges were on the same day as the golfer's 4 charges before he scored 5 under, at a time when he had won 4 out of 5 tournaments. The number 45 is the 9th triangular number. The reciprocal of 9 is 0.11 into infinity. But it's a 9/11. The reciprocal of 45 is 0.0222 into infinity. Through the 9/11 events, God pointed to George Washington, who was born on the date 2/22. The 17th of the 5th month, May 17th, is 71 days before Revelation 9/11 day, 5G day. The date 5/17 hints at 17 days to 5G day. The number 71 is the 20th prime number. 20 is 9 plus 11. 20 is also 4 times 5, and 45 hints at 0.222, the number pointed to on 9/11, and 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. Let me just clean this up a bit here. All right, so the problem is that this is a typo. It should be 71 days. May 17th is 71 days to 5G day, all right? And that's relevant because 5G day is Revelation 9/11 day, and 71 hints at 9/11 because it's the 20th prime number, and 20 is 9 plus 11. It's really that simple, all right? The 9/11 mayor was charged with 9 crimes on his 40 plus 40th birthday. 44 divided by 9 equals 4.888, which obviously hints at the 48th state that he was charged with in, or the charges are in the 48th state, and this hints at the 48th president. On May 17th, the 9/11 mayor was charged with 9 crimes, and the golfer was charged with 4 crimes. 4 divided by 9 equals 0.444, which hints at the 44th president becoming the 48th president, because he was charged in the 48th state. On the 17th of the month, May 17th, news broke about the woman who was cheated out of her 7-figure jackpot of over $1 million. This hints at the 71 days from this 17th date to July 27th. Also, I guess what I was hinting at earlier is that the 17th of the month is a reflection of the number 71, and this 17th of the month is 71 days. Okay. The casino, and that's alluded to also with the story, because it was a 7-figure jackpot of over 1 million, which is at 71. The casino is in Atlantic City, where Trump's famous casino was, and Trump was shoplifted out of the 59th referendum that's for presidents. 59 is the 17th prime number. 17 hints at 71, and therefore this also confirms the 71 days connection from the 17th. On the 17th, we received the last trump sign. The last trump is a reference to the rapture, and the 153 fish in the net is symbolism for the harvest at the end of the age of fishing for men. 153 is the 17th triangular number. This too hints at the 71 days from the last trump sign to Revelation 9/11 day. On 9/11, Flight 11, the towers looked like a giant 11, okay? Trump, who was symbolism for Joshua because of the trumpets blown that Joshua led to the Israelites, who died at the age of 110. Okay, he called into Channel 9 News. On 9/11, the 2 planes struck the 2 towers 17 minutes apart. 1 days after the last Trump sign, on the 17th will be the Revelation 9/11 5G day, and 17 days after this will be the rapture. Okay. Another way to look at it is that the woman hit the jackpot at a casino in Atlantic City with 777, which is 3 sets of 7 from the book of Joshua, when trumpets were blown. She won $1 million, which is 7 figures. 777 and $1 million hints at 17 or 71. Okay, I think we got that. Trump's casino in Atlantic City collapsed in 7 seconds on the 17th of the month, exactly 39, which is hinting at 3 nines, and 999, the most important number in God's signs, is from the Bible. It symbolizes judgment earlier. Okay? Okay, so Trump's casino in Atlantic City collapsed in 7 seconds on the 17th of the month, exactly 39 months before May 17th, 2024. God pairs 9 and 17 together to confirm his signs and connections. This connection involving 999 from the collapse of Trump's Atlantic Casino, from Trump's Atlantic City Casino tower on the 17th of the month, to the shoplifted woman in the Atlantic City Casino who hit 777 and won $1 million, 7 figures, points to God's judgment and the shoplifted 59th referendum for presidents, the 17th prime number. Okay. It's redundant, I know, but God's signs are redundant, like I said, for a reason. On the day that Trump's casino collapsed, there was 3 sets of 7. His casino collapsed in 7 seconds. Limbaugh died at 70, and for the first time in many years, it was reported that 70% of the nation was covered in snow due to a deadly storm in Texas on the date 2/17, which hints at Noah's flood, which began on the 17th day of the 2nd month. Okay. This 3 sets of 7 connects with 999, 39 months, to the woman's 777 cheated jackpot in a casino in Atlantic City. This is appropriate because in the book of Revelation, there were 3 sets of 7 before the collapse of the walls of security. Furthermore, in Joshua, it was a 7 plus a 7 times 7, which equals 56, and exactly 56 months before the woman's shoplifted $1 million Atlantic City casino jackpot on the day of the last Trump sign, 9 barges broke free in Texas storm and crashed into the I-10 bridge exactly 1 month before Trump was in Texas, chiding the senators from Texas for wanting millions of dollars for a 17-mile-long seawall of security, which was exactly 55 months before the last Trump sign on May 17th, and the incident involving the golfer who scored 5 under to finish in the top 5 golfers of the day. So that's just another thing. It was 55 months from the 9 barges that crashed into the I-10 bridge, which hints at 110, which is a hint at 11. So it's another Revelation 9:11 thing, and it's 55 months before May 17th, which connects to a 5G 5th trumpet day, Revelation 9:11 day. Okay. On May 17th, 2024, the real-life Indiana Jones, Shuler Jones, died. This was the day that the Dow Jones closed above 40,000 for the first time, 40 days after the eclipse. Prior to May 17th, we were expecting the death of Jones, James Earl Jones. On May 17th, we received the amazing signs that pointed to the death of the first Indian American acting vice president in a plane crash. The name hints at Indiana. The name Indiana hints at the Indian American acting vice president. The second Indiana Jones movie, in the second Indiana Jones movie, Jones jumps out of a plane that crashes in India. Harris will be replaced by Michelle, and then Michelle will be replaced by the 44th president. Shuler Jones died at the age of 94. 4 divided by 9 equals 0.444, which is the 44th president. But okay, this is a really amazing story. You got to read the article to appreciate it more. But there was this real-life Indiana Jones. He was the archaeologist, etc., professor, traveling the world, some controversy. This guy was the real-life Indiana Jones, and his last name just happens to be Jones, Shuler Jones, okay? And we were expecting ahead of time the death of James Earl Jones. But this all ties together because Indiana is played by Harrison Ford, and God is using his aviation mishaps to point to the death of the Indian Vice President, Kamala Harris, and Indiana Jones hints at that. And furthermore, in the second Indiana Jones movie, Indiana Jones jumps out of a plane into India, a plane that crashes. Well, anyway, this is amazing because, again, we were expecting the death of James Earl Jones, and we received this prophetic sign involving the death of Shuler Jones. And it involves movies, too. Of course, James Earl Jones is a famous actor in movies. Actually, Harrison Ford and James Earl Jones starred in the same movie, Star Wars. The two actors do connect. There you go. If Shuler Jones died at 94, on the date it was expected that James Earl Jones would die, does the number 94 reveal the date that James Earl Jones will die? Yes, it does. The reflection of 94 is 49. Wow, I forgot about this. May 17th, 2024 plus 49 days is July 5th. So here we have it for the first time in this video, in this email thread, it finally being recognized that July 1st is for Jimmy Carter and July 5th is for James Earl Jones. And I forgot about this because, yes, Shuler Jones died at the age of 94, and you would figure, because it is a step, that it would reveal the date of the death of James Earl Jones. And I forgot about this, and I'm really upset about it because I've already made videos that have talked about this 49 days connection, and I forgot that it was the day that Shuler Jones died at the age of 94, which is a reflection of 49. Well, at least it's in this video. Also, the signs on May 17th, 2024 pointed to the death of the 49th acting vice president. Okay. What about April 11th, 2024? A very important James Earl Jones date. Does it connect to July 5th, 2024? Yes, it does. Prior to April 11th, 2024, we expected the death of James Earl Jones. And on April 11th, 2024, it was reported that Orenthal, which is an anagram for Earl, James Simpson, died. Simpson played for the 49ers, which confirms the 49 days connection. In fact, yes, I say it right here. Additionally, April 11th, 2024 was 4 times 9 days, 36 days to May 17th, the date of the death of Schuler Jones, which is then 49 days to the date it is predicted that James Earl Jones will die. Okay, that's amazing, right? Because 4 times 9 days, and Simpson played for the 49ers, so 4 times 9 days after his death is May 17th. The next date we were expecting the death of James Earl Jones. That was the death of Schuler Jones, and he died at 94, which is a reflection of 49ers, but it's also 49 days to the date it is predicted that James Earl Jones will die. Again, 36 days between April 11th and May 17th, 2004 was relevant because 36 symbolizes 3 sixes, and Simpson's death at 76, which hints at 7 times 6 equals 42, the number of the Antichrist, Bible prophecy, a number that symbolizes the period of the Antichrist, on April 11th was 66 weeks and 6 days after December 30th, 2022, which was the date of the King LeBron James sign on his birthday and the death of the Queen of Television Interviews, Barbara Walters, at the age of 93. 93 equals the sun, that is 93 million miles away from Earth, and James Earl Jones is predicted to die at the age of 93. That's why, because he hints at the coming lion's roar from the sun. July 30th, 2022 was 666 days, okay? This date again was 66 weeks and 6 days before April 11th, and it was 666 days after the release of Coming to America on March 5th, 2021, the date of the release of this movie starring James Earl Jones as a dying and dead king. And December 30th, 2021 was 1,260 days, number of days mentioned 7 times in Bible prophecy regarding the period of the Antichrist, after the release of The Lion King. And so this date, December 30th, 2022, connected with 666 days to the release of The Coming to America, and it connected with 1,260 days to the release of The Lion King, both of these movies that starred James Earl Jones as a king. Okay, and again, December 30th, 2022 is 66 weeks and 6 days before the death of Orenthal James Simpson, which connects to the death of James Earl Jones. Okay, so March 5th, 2021 is exactly 40 months, which is 8 times 5 months before July 5th, 2024, the date it is predicted that James Earl Jones will die. And the 4s surrounding March 5th, 2021 confirm this. All right, I'm not gonna get into that though. Okay, is 85 days to July 5th, 2024 from the death of Orenthal James Simpson on April 11th, 2024 relevant? Yes, it is. On April 11th, 2024, Hall of Fame football player Orenthal James Simpson died. Simpson was inducted into the Hall of Fame in '85. Simpson was known for the slow-speed car chase that he led up the I-5 highway in California. The car chase was followed live on television, and it is remembered for having interrupted the broadcast of the 1994 NBA Finals. This NBA Finals game was not televised in lieu of covering the car chase up the I-5 highway. This occurred exactly 7 plus 7 times 7 months, 3 sets of 7, Book of Joshua, earthquake, walls collapsing in Joshua due to an earthquake, after the broadcast of the 1989 World Series was interrupted, just like the broadcast of the NBA Finals was interrupted for the car chase up the I-5, 7 times 7 plus 7 times 7 months earlier was the interruption of the World Series championship game due to the earthquake in San Francisco, where O.J. Simpson is from and was born, and he played for the 49ers in San Francisco. In fact, the stadium in which the World Series game was played was the same stadium where Simpson played with the 49ers. Incidentally, the name of the stadium in which the lights went out of the broadcast booth, Candlestick Park in San Francisco, hints at Antichrist Pope Francis on the Temple Mount because of the candlesticks in the temple, the menorah. Minutes prior to the earthquake that knocked out the power in the broadcast booth, James Earl Jones had read the Commissioner of Baseball's poem to begin the broadcast. The central aspect of this prophetic sign, that was the 1989 World Series earthquake that included the interrupted World Series game, was the collapse of a segment of the Bay Bridge that connected the two cities that happened to be playing in the 1989 World Series, Oakland and San Francisco. The Bay Bridge is the I-80 highway in California. This prophetic sign was followed exactly 7 plus 7 times 7 months later with the Orenthal-James Simpson car chase up the I-5 highway in California that interrupted the NBA Finals game. The I-80 highway prophetic sign that involved James Earl Jones, followed by the I-5 prophetic sign that involved Orenthal-James Simpson, hints at the number 85. Which is why James Earl Jones is predicted to die 85 days after the death of Orenthal James Simpson. Now, by the way, this O.J. Simpson sign ended with him being arrested and stopped in his car and taken out of his car and arrested on the side of his car. That is just like how Scott Scheffler at the PGA Championship that was interrupted. He was on his way to the tee-off. It's a form of interruption, if you will, just like the NBA Finals when O.J. Simpson car chase interrupted. Okay, he was arrested at his car, in his car, taken out of his car, and arrested at the side of his car, just like O.J. Simpson. That's a brilliant connection that God designed as well. God is using a lion's roar as a metaphor for the coming catastrophic solar flare from the sun. James Earl Jones is the voice of the Lion King. The predicted death of James Earl Jones on July 5th, 2024 leaves 39 days to the predicted lion's roar from the sun on August 13th, 2024. 39 is a reflection of 93, and the sun is 93 million miles from Earth. The number 9 is symbolic of God's judgment, and God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. 39 days hints at 3 nines, 999. James Earl Jones is king symbolism, and the King of Kings was crucified from the 3rd hour until the 9th hour, which the number 39 hints at. The 3rd hour to the 9th hour, by the way, is 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., which is what 93 hints at. All of the amazing and very important signs that occurred on May 17th, 2024, of all of them, this one I think may be the most important. I think it is. On May 17th, 2024, Pope Francis and the Vatican issued a document stating new rules that say only a pope, rather than local bishops, can declare apparitions and revelations to be quote-unquote supernatural. The document is titled Norms for Proceeding in the Discernment of Alleged Supernatural Phenomena. It regards supernatural occurrences such as, quote, apparitions or visions of Christ or the Blessed Virgin and other phenomena, unquote. On this same day as this document from Pope Francis regarding his power to make declarations on supernatural phenomena, the number 1 golfer was charged with 4 crimes and then scored 5 under, which hinted at the number 415, the area code of San Francisco, which hints at Pope Francis. These powers were given to Pope Francis on the same day that the golfer was charged with 4 crimes in the 15th state, which hinted at the number 415, and this was exactly 415 months after the San Francisco Bay earthquake in the area code 415, which hinted at Pope Francis. The central prophetic aspect of the San Francisco Bay Area earthquake was the collapsed Bay Bridge. The golfer's name is Scott. This document from Francis on the day of this sign involving the golfer Scott was 2 times, and his last name is Key. Scheffler hints at Key, as I explained, was 2 times 26 days, which hints at the word in the concordance that means prophetic signs, after the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. These bridges are symbolism for the bridge between the demonic realm and the earthly realm, and the opening of the bottomless pit with a key, which is what the name Key in Francis Scott Key Bridge hints at. As well, the golfer's surname Scheffler means bailiff, which hints at a key. And again, the Vatican is symbolized by keys. It is in Revelation chapter 9, symbolized by Revelation 9:11, that we find the description of the key that opens the bottomless pit for the demons. God is pointing to July 27th, 2024 as being Revelation 9:11 day, the day that Francis was given unchecked powers regarding supernatural phenomena on the day that police powers arrested Scott Key is 71 days before Revelation 9:11 day. 71 is the 20th prime number, and 20 equals 9 plus 11. Okay, so in other words, again, the Pope Francis sign on this day is a connection of 9/11 to Revelation 9:11 day. The number 17 is a reflection of the number 71. The date that Francis was given unchecked powers regarding supernatural phenomena and police powers arrested Scott Key was the 17th of the month, and this is 71 days before Revelation 9:11 day, which is 17 days before the rapture and the rescue of God's people from what will come out of the bottomless pit. The powers regarding supernatural phenomena that were given to Francis and the powers that arrested Scott Key pointed to the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in the 7th state that was built in 77. Francis was given his powers, and Scott was arrested on the 17th of the month, and 17 is the 7th prime number. This was also the day that it was reported that a woman was cheated out of her 7 figures after hitting 777. The Francis Scott Key Bridge was built in 77 in the 7th state, and the 7th state is Maryland, which was historically started by Catholics, which is why the state is named Maryland. Francis was given sole power to declare supernatural phenomena such as apparitions or visions of Christ or the Blessed Virgin, Mary, in other words, and other phenomena, unquote. It seems that the Lord is communicating something that I have believed to be the case since I first began this ministry 7 years ago, that the great deception will commence with Pope Francis making an announcement and declaration regarding some form of supernatural phenomena. That is the purpose of this announcement on May 17th, 2024, regarding the Pope's authority to make declarations regarding supernatural phenomena. Given that the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Maryland hints at Mary apparitions, it may be a declaration regarding a massive Mary apparition. However, I suspect that the way in which Pope Francis will become the leader of the world overnight will be through the announcement that aliens have arrived to Earth and have made him the ambassador for the world. Perhaps Pope Francis will make an announcement regarding a massive Mary apparition and aliens at the same time. This prophetic sign in which the Vatican announced Pope Francis's authority to make declarations regarding supernatural phenomena occurred 9 plus 11th prime number days before Revelation 9:11 day. Therefore, it seems that the conclusion is that on July 27th, 2024, Pope Francis will make a big announcement regarding supernatural phenomena. That's pretty much clear at this point. That's why this is so amazing. That's why it all, is alluding to Revelation 9:11 and the key that opens the bottomless pit. And this is hinted at through Scott Scheffler and the bridges, including the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which hints at Pope Francis and his key, as is symbolized is the symbol for the Vatican. Absolutely amazing how all of this ties together, even including how the Francis Scott Key Bridge is in Maryland. The Francis Scott Key Bridge in Maryland points to Mary, and as explained in the Madonna email thread, the collapse of the bridge in Maryland connects to Madonna's concert on the beach on the day of the Revelation 9/11 horse race, which in turn connects to Revelation 9/11 day. The name Madonna refers to Mary. Madonna is a Catholic title for Mary. Madonna's title of Queen of Pop hints at the Queen of Heaven, the supposed Queen of Heaven that the pagan Catholics worship. It would not surprise me if at some point there will be a massive, and by the way, again, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 tells us that the deception we get is what we ask for, and Catholics are asking for the deception of Mary, demons pretending to be Mary. It would not surprise me if at some point there will be a massive Mary apparition on the beach of Rio de Janeiro, as tall as the statue of Christ in Rio. Yeah, I would not be surprised if the big Mary apparition that is likely to happen will be on the beach in Rio de Janeiro. And if that's the case, God pointed to this with this Madonna concert on the beach in Rio de Janeiro. Oh, yeah. And I look forward to explaining the Madonna big picture of signs that God is communicating in another video. One of the signs on May 17th, 2024, the day of the Francis and Scott signs, was the story about Justice Alito's upside-down flag that was blamed on his wife. It seems there is a purpose for the involvement of his wife in this sign. His wife's name is Martha, which hints at Mary, as Martha was the sister of Mary of Bethany in the Gospels. After the bridge in Maryland and Madonna, the name Martha is a third witness that confirms that Pope Francis will make a declaration regarding a massive Mary apparition. After all, the worship of Mary is one of the biggest lies and deceptions of history, perhaps the biggest. There will be a climax to this wicked religion in the last days. Yes, Catholicism is wicked. God absolutely hates Catholicism. Don't get me wrong, God does not hate Catholics. And it's not to say that a Catholic can't be saved or won't be. But it will be in spite of their Catholicism. It'll be because God is very merciful for that individual, not Catholicism and Catholics as a whole, though. And the thing that God hates the most in the Bible is false religious worship. And he was constantly chastising and punishing the Jews for mixing the true religion with the pagan religions of the pagans around them. It ended up ultimately leading to their exile. And a second exile, for that matter. Okay? But this is exactly what Catholicism is. It's the mixing of Christianity with pagan religion. When Rome converted to Catholicism, it didn't discard its pagan religion. It repackaged it to make it look like Christianity. Okay? The worship of Mary is the same carried over pagan religious worship of the fertility goddess. Isis, Aphrodite, Venus. You look at the ancient artwork of this, and it's the exact same as the artwork of Mary with the baby Jesus in her arms. It's deception from Satan designed to focus on Mary and take focus away from Jesus. And all kinds of wicked deception through this, the praying to Mary, thinking that Mary has the ear of Jesus, and it's easier to get prayers answered as if that's the even way to through Mary, right? The queen of, and anyway, it just gets more and more corrupt too throughout history because that's the nature of man. And Catholicism is a man-centered religion with a man at the top, with a hierarchy of man. The Nicolaitans that Jesus said he hates and is coming to make war on. But that doesn't only apply to Catholics. The Pope is the ultimate Nicolaitan, though. Pastors are also Nicolaitans. And as are the sycophant followers of pastors, Nicolaitans, that Jesus is coming to make war on with the sword of his mouth. Be warned. God hates this. Jesus warned, as I explained earlier. Okay, and explain in other videos too, for that matter. Pope Francis will make a declaration regarding the key opening the bottomless pit in Revelation 9:11 on July 27, 2024. Pope Francis was elected on March 13th, 2013. This was 1,119% of a year before Francis announced on May 17th that only he has the authority to make declarations regarding supernatural phenomena. This 1,119% of a year also, which obviously hints at Revelation 9:11, is also 4,083 days. 4,083 days, or 4,083, is the 1,123rd semi-prime number. Wow. God uses 1,123 to hint at the 188th prime number and H188 in the Hebrew concordance, which is the word that means whoa, exclamation mark, used in the Bible in the context of extreme judgment from God. Wow. All right, so Pope Francis's declaration regarding supernatural phenomena on the Francis Scott Key Bridge Signs Day connects with Revelation 9:11 symbolism to the date that he was elected. But not only that, a second witness to that is that this 9/11% of a year symbolism is equal to whoa, exclamation mark. This is just absolutely stunning. There's really no way to describe it. You know, I'm getting excited here because I forgot about this. It's as if I'm learning it for the first time again. Because I can't remember everything. And, you know, as amazing as this is, I just, you know, you have to recall it. And when there's so much signs literally bombarding you, you can't even remember the most amazing ones because you have to recall it. And there's no time to go back and recall things. You don't have time to go back and, like, you know, what happened on May 17th. The only time you go back to it is when you put it into a video, which is right now, which is the first time I'm recalling all of this information. Okay, what is deeply profound about this is that the key to Catholicism in Matthew chapter 16, the entire pagan religion disguised as Christianity, this pagan religion, Catholicism, that is disguised as Christianity, rests on the one passage that Catholics interpret to confirm their religion, which is Matthew chapter 16, verse 18 through 19. Okay? What I'm saying is that without the Catholic interpretation of this one verse, the entire religion falls apart. Because this isn't controversial. Some people are so ignorant, they don't even know this, though. And that's quite ignorant. But Catholicism isn't in the Bible. It's man-made traditions on top of the Bible. Obviously. It's amazing how many Catholics are so ignorant. Like, for example, I was in Poland, and I went into a bookstore to buy a Bible for someone, a homeless person. This was a chain store, a Polish one. It wasn't an international one. It was a Polish store, a big one, a chain store, found all over Poland. They don't sell Bibles. And this is supposedly the conservative Catholic country of Europe. And yeah, people in Poland go to church. They go to their Catholic churches, but they don't read the Bible. They're not Christians. They don't know the Bible. That's how ignorant some Catholics are. They don't even know that what their religion is about. They just blindly follow. They don't even know what they're thinking. But they don't even know that it's not the Bible. It's all this man-made religion on top of the Bible. But Catholics claim to have the authority to have all of this extra biblical stuff that's made up over the centuries because they claim that popes are descendants of Peter and that Peter was given the keys to the kingdom in this passage that I'm saying, that I'm going to talk about right here, okay? And that's the whole religion, because the whole religion is not the Bible, and they claim to have the authority to have it on top of the Bible through popes. But if you can disprove the Catholic interpretation of this one verse, you disprove the entire Catholic religion. Of course, you can't convince a Catholic of that because of the nature of human psychology. When someone is confronted with information that contradicts their worldview, they simply block it out. Why do they do that? Because of their pride. And pride is the root of sin in the Bible. And that's why they'll get the people that refuse Christianity and Christ will get the judgment they deserve, because they intentionally blocked out the things that proved it throughout their life because of their pride. Bottom line, essentially, it's all rooted in pride. Not even, for example, not taking the effort to reassess the new information and change. Well, anyway, and remain with their tribe. And that's a big thing with Catholicism. It's tribal. It's about their family and tradition, their nation, their patriotism is tied to their Catholicism, for example, and even their patriotism is tied to a particular pope, Pope John Paul. It's like he's the father of Poland or something. But they don't know the Bible, and they'll remain with it even if you tell them and prove to them that Catholicism isn't true, because it would mean not only changing their worldview, but it would mean discarding their tribal ties to their family and, the tribe. And that's how the human psychology works. It's a way in which the brain evolved to be a part of a group in order to further the chances of procreating and surviving. Okay? Well, anyway, let's get to the verse here. It's in Matthew chapter 16. And I tell you, you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. I will give you the keys to the kingdom of heaven, and whatever you bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Okay? Now, this was in response to what Peter had just said, which was what Peter just said was the response to Jesus' question. Jesus asked his disciples, who do they think he is? Peter responded that by saying that he is the Christ. And then Jesus responded by saying that, Simon, Peter, you are Peter. This isn't a good translation. Okay, I tell you, Simon, you are Peter. He's changing his name right here to Peter. And Peter means rock in Greek. All right, and I will build my church. This is a very poor translation. I have to get a different. All right, the translation is not the problem. The problem is that I'm tired and I was misreading. Okay, so okay, I tell you, you are Peter. This is after Peter said that he is the Christ. You are Peter, meaning rock, because his name was Simon before he was named rock in this passage. And then Jesus says, on this rock, I will build my church. Now, the word rock here is not the same word as this. Peter means rock in Greek, but it's the masculine version, which is Petros. which means a stone or a pebble. This rock right here is the feminine, Petra, which means bedrock. And that is what one builds a foundation on. A building is built on the foundation of bedrock. That's why Jesus said he's going to build his church on this rock. What rock is he talking about? Is he talking about Peter? Is he going to build his church on Peter? Or is he going to build his church on what Peter just said, which is that he is the Christ? Well, obviously, Jesus isn't going to build his church on a man. That's blasphemy. But Catholicism is blasphemy. It's wicked deception from Satan. It's the wolf in sheep's clothing, literally. It is literally deception from Satan. Satan has disguised himself as the sheep, but he is the wolf. Catholics are deceived. All right? And they will pay for it in the coming days when they follow the Pope. But the purpose of the end times is to finally get many of these Catholics to wake up and stop following this pagan religion and become a true disciple of Jesus. All right? Now, so Jesus isn't saying that he's going to build his church on Peter. All right? Now, regarding the keys to the heaven, okay, this is followed 3 chapters later when Jesus is speaking to disciples, talking to them about what to do if a brother or sister does something that they have an issue with against them. If they have a problem, if someone has done something to them, you're supposed to go to that brother or sister and tell them. And if they don't listen, then go to 2 other brothers or sisters and bring them with you and go and approach the brother or sister. Okay? Then if they still don't listen, then you're supposed to go to the entire congregation, and confront the person. All right? And then if they still don't listen, then they're to be treated like a non-Christian. All right? And that's when Jesus says the same exact thing. He says, whatever you bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Is this what Jesus is talking about only for popes? Well, no, because 3 chapters later he says the same thing. It's an idiom. It's a metaphor for something. It's talking about how Christians, disciples, have this power to continue to share the gospel with people or not. And how do people get to the kingdom? Through the key. The key is the gospel. All right? Now, we have the authority to not share the gospel with someone if we don't want to. That includes fellowship, like Jesus was talking about in that passage. Okay? When that person is excommunicated from the church, they didn't have Bibles back then. They couldn't even have their own Bible. They would be cut off from the Bible, the gospel. All right? So that's what Jesus is talking about in regards to the key. He's not talking about how popes and priests have the power to make people clean and stuff like this, like Catholics think. That's another passage that they twist. But regardless of all the other passages that they twist to support their twisted theology, it doesn't matter because it all rests on this one passage. Do the popes have this power to have all of this other stuff on top of the Bible? No, they don't. Catholicism isn't the Bible, and it isn't a legitimate denomination of Christianity. I went into all of that because we are talking about the importance of the key. That's the symbol of the Vatican here in these signs. The Francis Scott Key Bridge, right? And the key that opens the bottomless pit. Now, because it's a principle in spiritual reality that the opposite becomes the truth, or the opposite is the truth. Or rather, Satan often does the inverse of the truth. And so the Catholic religion is wicked deception from Satan. And it uses this verse regarding this key, claiming that the Catholic hierarchy has the keys to salvation and the kingdom, which of course they don't, and that's blasphemy. And so the Catholics get the deception they ask for, and that's why Pope Francis and these key people, the Vatican, will be opening the bottomless pit with the supernatural phenomena that the Pope only has the power to declare now. All right, and that's why his election, the day he was elected, connects profoundly to the date of the declaration that he is the only one with the power to do this, to have the key to the bottomless pit. It's the opposite of what Catholics think. So, all right. So as I wrote, Jesus did not say he would build his church on Peter. He was referring to the truth that Peter had just claimed, which is that Jesus is the Christ. However, Catholics twist this passage to claim that Peter and his supposed descendants, popes, were given the power to make up stuff and create a religion on top of the Bible. Without this key passage, there is no Catholic religion, right? I hope that's clear. I know a Catholic still will refuse it because, it's cognitive dissonance. This is clear information that clearly disproves the Catholic religion, but good luck telling this to a Catholic. Hopefully, the prediction being made in this video will finally open their eyes. Because that's the purpose of the prediction that is from God. It is to prove that the reason why God has given me a voice is to prove these things through the prediction. This is how prophecy works. This is the purpose of prophecy. Okay? 1/3 of the Bible is prophecy. The disciples recognized Jesus as the Christ through his fulfillment of prophecy. What I am saying will be recognized to be true, this big picture of signs that God is demonstrating through the prediction. And the big part that I'm saying here is that this proves that the Pope will open the bottomless pit with the key. He is the Antichrist. And that isn't because and a hardcore message to supposed conservative Catholics. Make no mistake, this Pope isn't a bad Pope, and he isn't the Antichrist because he is a particularly bad Pope. It is because Bible prophecy in the Old Testament is more than clear that the Antichrist was always going to be a Pope. All popes, all of them, have been lowercase a Antichrists throughout all of history. There is no supposed apostolic tradition, as they would say. It's nonsense. It's a lie from Satan. Okay? Now, so the insignia of the Vatican is an image of keys. Yet, what is astounding, and Catholics claim that the popes have the keys to the kingdom of heaven based on this passage. The insignia of the Vatican is an image of keys, yet what is astounding beyond words is that Pope Francis will use the key to open the bottomless pit in Revelation chapter 9. In other words, this is yet another hidden clue in the Bible that has, from the beginning, identified the Pope as the Antichrist. That's lowercase p Pope, meaning all popes, including John Paul II. Who did a lot of Antichrist things and was a promoter of bringing the world's religions together. In fact, he was so Antichrist, it's doubtful whether he's in the kingdom right now. The number 911 is the 156th prime number. And by the way, Pope John Paul II, from what I understand, before he became Pope, he wasn't really the strong believer in the Bible, from what I know. He at least had an atheistic past. Well, anyway, not that someone can't convert, but let's change the subject and continue. The number 911 is the 156th prime number. What is also amazing is that the Pope's announcement on May 17th, 2024 was 156 days after he made an announcement on December 13th, 2023 regarding where he wished to be buried. The location he chose is because of Mary. It is speculated that the announcement he will make when he uses the key to open the bottomless pit will be regarding a massive Mary apparition. Okay, so in other words, we have these two statements, and one is from Mary, and the other one is his statement regarding his authority to declare Mary apparitions. And they're 911 days, let's see, what was it? Yeah, 156 days apart, and the 156th prime number is 911, which hints at Revelation 9:11. It's amazing. Okay, here is something I wrote in December of 2023 after the announcement regarding the Pope's wish to be buried at the site in Rome because of Mary. The signs in the Israel-Hamas war have been incorporating Joshua and 3 sets of 7 symbolism. God uses records for his signs. On December 13th, the Dow made an all-time high, and at the same time that it made a new all-time high, it crossed the 37,000 level for the first time. That's a 3 sets of 7, 37. If the Dow were to fall right now, it would be very appropriate symbolism. What is also very interesting is that back in May, early June, it was realized that God was pointing to December 13th, 2023 as being a date important for finance. What is also interesting is that in crossing the 37,000 level on December 13th, the Dow spiked big at the end of the day because of the words of the chairman of the Federal Reserve. December 13th, 2024 was also known since May to be a date God was pointing to regarding Pope Francis and the coming Mary deception. So, in other words, the two signs we received on this day confirmed the two things that was believed that God was pointing to for December 13th. Back in May or June, it was speculated that December 13th, 2023 might be the day of the Mary deception, the coming Mary apparition. But if not, it would be a date related to Francis and Mary. Was there any important news regarding Francis on December 13th? Sure enough, a major interview of Francis was released on December 13th, and the major news in this is that Francis announced that he did not want to be buried in the Vatican, but instead at Rome's Basilica of St. Mary Maggiore, reflecting his intense personal devotion to Mary, and which is hard to even say because it's wicked pagan religion, and the famed icon of Salus Populi Romani contained in the Borghese Chapel. The icon is an image of Mary. That's why he wants to be buried there, because of this iconic image of Mary. The phrase Salus Populi Romani goes back to the legal system and pagan rituals of the ancient Roman Republic. After the legalization of Christianity by Emperor Constantine the Great, through the Edict of Milan in 313 AD, the phrase Salus Populi Romani was sanctioned as a Marian title for the Blessed Virgin Mary. See, this is a great example of how the pagan religions of Rome were just converted into Christianity once it converted. I mean, look, this phrase dates back to pagan rituals, and it was converted to reflect a title for Mary. This is ridiculous. Any Catholic that doesn't know that Catholicism is pagan religion converted from ancient Rome doesn't know anything. This is clear. All right, this is just a great example. There's so many of these examples, though. Okay? All right. And of what were they doing in ancient Rome? They were worshiping the fertility goddesses, just like Catholics worship the fertility goddess of Mary. That's why the title was converted easily. No problem. Let's just make the title for Mary now. The year 313 hints at the date Francis was elected. That's amazing. So this phrase that is the part is the name of the is related to the icon of Mary, where the Pope wants to be buried, points to exactly what I'm talking about. This is proof. This is proof that Catholicism is pagan religion converted to look like Christianity, because it was done so in the year 313. And that's why the Antichrist was elected Pope on the date that symbolizes or hints at 313. Pope Francis, the Antichrist, was elected on the date 313 in 13. It's very clear. Again, the reason why God had it and designed it, that the Antichrist would be elected the Pope in the year 2013, on the date 313, is that it hints at when Rome converted to Christianity. And it was the worst thing in history that happened to Christianity, because it fooled the masses into thinking that it was Christianity when it isn't. It was the great deception from Satan. Prior to that, Christianity was pure. Christians were dying for their faith, and they followed the scripture diligently. But when Rome converted, it also converted the masses, which watered it down and made it pagan. The same as how McDonald's is a product for the masses, because it produces the minimal quality of product for the cheapest price to get the most amount of people in. That's exactly Catholicism. Bringing in the money like McDonald's with the worst quality product possible, with the minimal quality product to bring the most amount of people in. Which is why, in order to do this, they carried over the pagan religions that the people loved. And that happened in 313, and that's why the Pope was elected on the date 313. In 13. Okay? Simple. Indisputable. If you're a Catholic, it is time. As the Bible says, as Jesus said, "Come out of her, my people," talking in the book of Revelation to those that are in the Catholic Church. The her being the beast system. Come out of her. Mystery Babylon is Rome in Revelation chapter 18. That's very clear too, by the way. It's obviously Rome. It's Mystery Babylon. Okay? Because why is it nicknamed Babylon? And why did Peter call Rome Babylon in one of his letters? He called Rome Babylon. It's a nickname for Rome. Why is it a nickname for Rome? Because Rome was the headquarters, the capital of pagan religion. But pagan religion is rooted back to Babylon. So the pagan religion that was in Rome is descendant from the pagan religion from Babylon. So Babylon, as an adjective, is a synonym for pagan religion. And that's why Peter nicknamed Rome Babylon. And that's why in the Bible, obviously, Mystery Babylon is Rome. That isn't the only reason. There's all kinds of details in the prophecies, including chapter 18, that clearly identify Rome and nothing else. All right? Okay, so that's why the Pope is the Antichrist, because all popes throughout all of history have been lowercase a Antichrists. Okay, I think it's time to move on. Hopefully the Catholics watching this have gotten the message. The most recent pope that was buried in St. Mary Major is Pope Clement XIII. This is amazing because December 13, 2023, was exactly 54 years after Francis's priest ordination. 54 hints at the 54th Massachusetts Regiment and the $13 they weren't paid. Okay? God is using this theme in his signs of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, the 51st Black Regiment in the Civil War, and they were known for the unfair pay that they received compared to the other white Northern soldiers that were paid $13, official policy from Washington, D.C. All right, and so That's the reason for this 13. By the way, the number 13 in the Bible symbolizes the Antichrist. And this is because, I think I might explain it right here. Let me just see. Which is symbolism for the coming oppression of minority laws. It was a minority oppressive law, and it's symbolism for the coming oppressive minority laws and the use of digital programmable currency to enforce the mark of the Antichrist. That's why the monetary value here of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment theme that God is using in his signs, it's because of the oppression of the minority that refuse to take the mark of the Antichrist, who will be restricted from buying and selling food, as is described in Revelation chapter 6, through the purchasing of the rationed food. That's described in Revelation chapter 6, the rationed food. And the buying and selling restriction is described in Revelation chapter 13. Okay, and so the programmable digital currency will be so that only those who have taken the mark of the Antichrist will be able to buy the food. Francis is the Antichrist, and this Francis sign that points to the number 13 came on the day of the stock market sign, which is another hint at finance. All right. And this was exactly 54 years after Francis was ordained a priest. It's all amazing because of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment and the allusion to the programmable digital currency. Okay. The intraday high on December 13th, 2023 was 37,094 points. Subtracting 37,094 points, 94 days from the day of December 13th is May 24th, 1922. The following is from Wikipedia. On this day, the first use of binding arbitration in the United States as a substitute for a civil trial in court took place at a conference room of the New York City's Lawyers Club on 115 Broadway as the state of New York's Arbitration Act went into effect. The very first case was a dispute between business partners Benjamin Lee and Jesse Barrymore over the amount of $130, which the New York Times described as so small that it would be eaten up in court costs and lawyers' fees, no matter how quickly it was decided. The first arbitrator agreed upon by the parties was a private attorney, Alexander Rose, and was notable for requiring no lawyers' fees to represent the parties and costing only $10 for a 75-minute hearing. All right? So, in other words, this is a confirmation of the 54 years connection, because when we subtract the number of days from the stock market sign, we get the number 13, and it's dollars. And it was $13 that the Black Civil War Regiment wasn't paid, the 54th Regiment. Italy and Soviet Russia signed a 2-year commercial treaty in Rome on the same day. Russia later refused to ratify it. So we have another historic event involving finance, and it involves a treaty in Rome and the Antichrist in Bible prophecy, who is from Rome, as it says in Revelation chapter 9. As it says, clearly, it says right there in the text that the Antichrist that is coming, the prince that is coming, the ruler that will come, is of the people that will destroy the city and the sanctuary. Well, it was the Romans that destroyed the city and the sanctuary. Therefore, the coming Antichrist is a descendant of Rome. And what are popes? Supposedly descendants of Peter and Rome. Okay, but also in that same prophecy, it talks about the Antichrist making a treaty. And so we have this treaty involving Rome here with the connection. This connection to an important precedent in United States financial law regarding $130, which is at $13, is stunning because it connected to December 13th, the date of the signs regarding finance, and $13. Also, this historic event was about an arbitrator, a man designated to make the decision. This is symbolic of the Antichrist. This is all because the Antichrist will make this. This connects to the Biden and Israel sign on December 13th, 2023, and therefore also points to the Antichrist Obama. Okay, now I forget what that sign is, but Biden probably did something regarding to Israel, but these presidents play the role of arbitrator between the Muslims and the Jews. And that's exactly what the Antichrist will do as described in Bible prophecy, and make Jerusalem an international city, which will then lead to the final days and the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ, because this is the biggest transgression against God, dividing God's land. He is restoring the Jews to the land because he will rule from Jerusalem as Christ for the 1,000 years of peace, beginning this October of 2024. Okay, so anyway, let's see. Yeah, the decision, the treaty. Okay, the arbitrator, the guy who is involved in the sign, was making a decision. All right. December 13th, 2023 was exactly 129 months, and G129 in the Greek concordance is the word that means blood, after Francis was elected Pope on 3/13 and 13. And the mark of the Antichrist affects a person's blood. The thing. The Francis sign on December 13th, 2023 pointed to the number 13, and the stock market sign pointed to $130. Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the name of Pope Francis, hints at Marburg, and December 13th, 2023 was 188 days after the WHO stated that it had been 42 days, as in the 42 months in Bible prophecy regarding the Antichrist, since the last Marburg case, okay? And again, 188 hints at woe, exclamation mark, which means used in context of extreme judgment from God. And the reason why Mario Bergoglio, the name, is because it hints at Marburg. But is it because there will be a Marburg virus? No, I really don't think so. I believe it's a symbolism for what is coming, which is something that will resemble what Marburg does. Hemorrhagic fever. Blood coming out of people's noses, for example, which will be caused by the demonic possession and the brainwave frequencies in their brains from the transistors that have been put into them through the thing and activated with the 5G frequencies. Okay, and so anyway, the point is, though, is that this Francis sign and what was 42 days, which hints at the Bible prophecy regarding the Antichrist after the last Marburg case. That's amazing. That's an amazing connection, 42 days, because of this. This was June 8th, 2023. And by the way, that was the day that Pat Robertson died, the 700 Club, which just makes this judgment warning for the church. Okay, but this date was exactly 44 weeks after the 44th president's birthday on August 4th, 2022, the day that the White House announced a new health emergency for monkeypox. Okay, that's okay. Now, that was predicted in advance, by the way. I predicted that on that date that the White House would announce that monkeypox had become a health emergency. That was truly amazing that that was predicted ahead of time. Now, as I'm saying here, it was predicted on May 10th, 2022, before monkeypox was even in the news, that on July 28th, 2022, there would be a symbolic beginning to a new pandemic. This was fulfilled, and then on July 28th, it was predicted that on August 4th, 2022, Obama's birthday, the White House would declare a health emergency for monkeypox. And then this was fulfilled. This happened. All right. Now, I won't explain here how I knew that, but it's amazing. Because I explained it before, and You'll really have to dig to find that, though, unfortunately. There's just so much information in God's signs, and hopefully when the prediction comes to pass, you'll recognize that it would be worth your while to watch all of the videos. But December 13th, 2023 was 144 days after the Jamie Foxx sign, okay? Fox hints at 666. F is the 6th letter, O is the 15th letter, and 1 plus 5 equals 6, and X is the 24th letter, and 2 plus 4 equals 6. Okay, Jamie Foxx, the sign, what was it? It was involved him getting ill. How did he get ill? Well, everyone knows how he got ill. It was because he took the thing. Everyone knows that, and including him. He's even hinted at it. Okay, he took the thing, got very ill, as everyone knows. He almost died, and we had a Jamie Foxx sign on July 22nd, 2023, 144 days before the thing sign, Francis sign here on December 13th. Now the Jamie Foxx sign was 14 weeks and 4 days after Jamie Foxx sign on April 11, 2023. Jamie Foxx was born 54 years after the Fed was born. The Jamie Foxx signs are about his illness from taking the thing, and 144 symbolizes the rapture of God's faithful, and Jamie Foxx starred in the big famous movie that takes place during the Civil War, which is Django Unchained. That's why Jamie Foxx was born 54 years after the Fed, because of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment in the Civil War. December 13th, 2023 was, I think I already said this. Yes. Okay. December 13th, 2023 was exactly 129 months after Francis was elected Pope. And again, that hints at blood, which is what one gets, which is what is affected with a thing. Okay, the thing is put into people's blood, right? Which was exactly the election of Francis. 1,150 months after the demonic Mary deception on May 13th, 1917. This was the, I believe, Fatima, which confirms what I have suspected for years, which is that the alien deception will begin with an announcement from the Pope. This will include how aliens have chosen him as the ambassador for the world. I think this is what is hinted at with the arbitrator middleman sign pointed to by the stock market. Okay, but also, again, the Pope is predicted to declare a major Mary apparition like Fatima, which came and delivered all kinds of satanic, demonic messages for the gullible that seemed to the ignorant, illiterate, and not to put them down too much because, maybe they couldn't afford a Bible. I don't know. They're maybe very poor people or something, but they didn't know the Bible, that's for sure. And if you read, but what isn't really so forgiving is the modern day Catholics that read the quotes from Mary and think that it's actually Mary speaking when she's constantly contradicting the biblical worldview and the Bible and saying exactly what a demon would say that would be wanting to fool Catholics. Okay, so on the day that Pope Francis announced that he has the sole authority to declare supernatural phenomena, a trailer was released for a new movie starring Demi Moore, who starred in the movie Ghost. The trailer for The Substance, that's the name of the movie, the trailer for The Substance reveals the premise of the movie. It is about taking a thing for the purpose of reversing aging. This is a prophetic sign that points to the coming deception regarding a promise of immortality. The trailer for The Substance was released 9 plus 11th prime number days, as explained, before the Revelation 9/11 day, as explained. The trailer with the star from Ghost was released on the day that the Pope Francis signed regarding his authority to make declarations regarding merry ghosts and ghosts in general. Therefore, the coming lie regarding the promise of immortality will be deception from a supernatural source. In other words, demons. Demons will put forth this lie regarding immortality. The trailer and its timing also makes clear that the mark of the Antichrist thing that is put into people is part of this promise for immortality. Because the trailer talks about taking something, the substance, putting it into the body, and then that substance changing the chromosomes in order to make this person younger. Okay? And the first lie ever told to Eve in the Garden of Eden by the serpent was that she wouldn't die. This is the quest of the deception. The story of the Tower of Babel is about the world coming together and reaching to heaven and becoming like God without God. Well, how does one become like God? By becoming immortal. The lie to end the age will be the same lie that began the age in the Garden of Eden. It all comes full circle. The big lie will come from the demons pretending to be aliens regarding immortality and a thing, and the thing that is in people already, actually. It's not 100% clear whether there will be an additional thing put into people, or rather the thing that's already put into people will be augmented in some way to give them supposed immortality. Okay? Okay. Now, and that's why, this trailer is released on the same day as I just explained. I just explained it. I'm just being redundant here, but she starred in the movie Ghost, Demi Moore. This trailer of her, and it's only her in the trailer, is released on the same day as this Pope Francis Day, about him declaring his authority regarding ghosts. Now, also, Patrick Swayze, the other star in the movie Ghost, died on September 14th, 2009. Exactly 1,810 plus 1,810 plus 1,810 days before the Mary Ghost Revelation 9/11 day on July 27th, 2024. Like I said, it may be that the Pope announces a Mary apparition on this day. But anyway, the reason why this is relevant, this connection, God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning, but this repetition of 1,810 hints at 181, which is the equivalent value of the name Barack Obama in Hebrew gematria. Okay? And so that's how Patrick Swayze connects to all of this. And the movie Ghost. And I could make the movie title, this video titled Ghost, because, it's a part of this. Well, the substance was screened 2 days. It was after the release of the trailer at the Cannes Festival on May 19th, 2024. This correlates with the signs that were expected in advance to occur on May 17th and May 19th. May 19th, again, is 1,656 hours before Revelation 9/11 day, because it symbolizes the flood, and the flood began after the fallen angels had corrupted the chromosomes of humans, which is what the thing does in our day. The substance is about manipulation, corrupting of chromosomes. On June 11th, 2024, the Army Corps of Engineers said that the passageway where the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed was now, quote, safe for transit, unquote. This was 77 days after the bridge that was built in 77 collapsed in the 7th state. When the bridge that was built in 77 in the 7th state collapsed, it killed 2 times 3 people, exactly 2 times 3 months after the death of Baltimore Orioles' Brooks Robinson, who played his entire 23-year career in Baltimore. Robinson retired in 77 as the 7th all-time leader in career hits. The owner of the Baltimore Orioles died on the 47th anniversary of the Baltimore Bridge, just 3 days before the bridge that was built in 77 in the 7th state collapsed, 3 sets of 7. The owner bought the team when he was 47 years old in 1993, the year that Baltimore hosted the All-Star Game. To open this All-Star Game in Baltimore, James Earl Jones spoke the national anthem that was composed by Francis Scott Key, whom the Baltimore Bridge was named after. This was exactly 11,230, and that hints at the 188th prime number, which hints at whoa exclamation mark, before the news of Orenthal James Simpson's death. Simpson was born in San Francisco, and he played for the San Francisco 49ers. James Earl Jones read the poem about baseball at the opening of the broadcast right before the World Series earthquake that caused a section of the I-80 bridge between San Francisco and Oakland to collapse. The 49th acting vice president was born in Oakland and was the city attorney of San Francisco, the 2 cities that were in the World Series when the I-80 bridge collapsed. The Baltimore Bridge had a 56-foot clearance and was struck by a ship with 56 shipping containers on the date 26-3, which outside the U.S., outside 26-3 outside the U.S., and 263 is the 56th prime number. 56 equals 7 plus 7 times 7, which is hints at Joshua and walls of security collapsing. The I-80 bridge collapsed exactly 56 months before O.J. Simpson led a car chase up the I-5. 8 weeks and 5 days after the news of death of O.J. Simpson was the day that it was declared that it is safe to travel, where the Baltimore Bridge had collapsed. This was declared safe to travel on June 11, 2024, 11.23%, which hints at 188, the 188th prime number, which hints at whoa exclamation mark, 11.23% of a calendar year, before it is predicted that the acting 49th vice president will die traveling, not safe, in her plane on July 22nd. On May 17, 2024, the Dow closed above 40,000 for the first time. The high on the day reached 40,010.88, which hints at 188 equals whoa exclamation mark. Again, the close for the day was 40,003.59, and G 359 is to depart from this life. It's the word that means to depart from this life. The intraday high of the day hinted at whoa exclamation mark. Okay, that's just another thing here. On June 11th, 2024, the same day the bridge, which is symbolic of portals for demons crossing over from the demonic realm, was cleared and deemed, quote, safe to travel, unquote, as in demons traveling over the bridge, was the conviction of Hunter Biden on his gun charges. Hunter hints at Nimrod, the hunter in the Bible, who is a type for the Antichrist. Guns and shootings and mass shootings are symbolic and can be symbolic prophetic signs for the things that come out of things and go into people, which are the mark of the Antichrist. That's why mass shootings are symbolic of the mass deaths from the things that come out of things and go into people. You know what I'm talking about, the things that begin with an SH and end with an OT. This is why June 11th, 2024 was exactly 42 months, which is in Bible prophecy mentioned 7 times as the period of the Antichrist, after Thing Day, December 11th, 2024, which was the day that it was declared that the thing was approved for emergency use, okay? And Trump delivered his big thing speech in the Oval Office, and on and on. And that day was exactly 9 months, which symbolizes birth pains, which Jesus said to look for the signs of his return, after CVD Day and Trump's Oval Office speech regarding that on March 11, 2020, when the UN organization declared that CVD is a pandemic. And that was exactly 222 months, and 22 hints at the mark of the Antichrist, and Trump's speech ended at 9:11 p.m. It was exactly 222 months after 9/11. In other words, the CVD in things are the bridge for the demonic realm. Okay. The news story is about the president. The 46th president's son, Hunter, was convicted for gun law violations, which again is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, things that come out of things and go into people. And this is 46 days, as in the 46th president, before Revelation 9/11 Day on July 27th, 2024. Again, June 11th, 2024, the day of the Hunter Biden gun sign and the bridge being deemed to be clear, as in travel for the demons to come over, connects to 9/11, as I just explained. 46 is also 2 times 23, and 223 is the 48th prime number, which hints at the 48th president Antichrist, who will replace Joe Biden, the 46th president, and will enforce the mark of the Antichrist. On May 7th, 2024, Scott Scheffler was arrested and charged for a crime after he was stopped in his vehicle. This was 4 times 9 days after the death of former 49ers O.J. Simpson, who infamously was arrested and charged with a crime after being stopped in his vehicle. Simpson was arrested after being stopped in his vehicle exactly 7 plus 7 times 7 months after the Bay Bridge collapsed, right after James Earl Jones read the poem at the opening of the broadcast of the World Series in San Francisco. James Earl Jones spoke the Star-Spangled Banner national anthem in Baltimore to open that game, 11,230 days, which again, the 188th prime number is 1,123, before the death of former San Francisco 49ers O.J. Simpson, which was 4 times 9 days before Scott Scheffler was arrested after being stopped in his vehicle, just like O.J. Simpson, on May 17th, which is 49 days before it is predicted that James Earl Jones will die on July 5th. And again, on May 17th, Shuler Jones, the real-life Indiana Jones, died at the age of 94, which is the inverse of 49, which confirms the 49 days also. The number 52 equals 2 times 26, which hints at H226, the word in the concordance that means prophetic sign. Scott Scheffler, as in Scott Key, was arrested in his vehicle 52 days after the prophetic collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, which is where James Earl Jones spoke the national anthem that was authored by the man whom the Baltimore Bridge was named after. James Earl Jones is predicted to die exactly 5 plus 2 weeks after Scott Scheffler Key was arrested in his vehicle on the day of the Francis sign, which was 52 days after the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed in Baltimore. And that's it. That's it. Wow. So, this very long, epic video, which obviously, if you made it this far, you will recognize that it is, perhaps the most important video on this channel, but one of the most important videos for sure. And it needs to be shared. It is a massive bag of gold. Make sure you don't ever stop sharing it and spend hours every day posting the link in social media everywhere, etc. All right, and yeah, God bless. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. Aliens and UFOs are demons masquerading as aliens and UFOs. Most people's spiritual experiences are demonic deception, especially if they are not a true follower of Christ. God became a man and died a horrible death at the hand of the ruler of this world, Satan, and then defeated death for you, so that you too can overcome death, which is the price that must be paid for sin. It is time to repent, which means to change one's ways and turn to God and become a disciple of Jesus. Please leave a like and upvote the video. And once this prediction has come to pass, share this video with everyone you know, and more. Don't stop sharing it everywhere in social media. It is essential that everyone immediately read the homepage of my website, TrumpPrediction.com. If you are watching this on the YouTube platform, please note that not all of the videos are on YouTube. You need to switch to the BitChute.com or the Odyssey.com channel. And do it now in case you aren't able to later.